ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. In the ever-evolving landscape of modern organizations, HR consultancy firms play a pivotal role in shaping the way businesses manage and harness their most valuable asset, their talent. Join us on a journey of talent acquisition, management, and development as we speak with Dr. Jocelyn R. Pick, President and CEO of Profiles Asia Pacific and Managing Director of People Dynamics, who has been making a difference in the HR industry, collaborating with businesses of all sizes and industries to unlock the full potential of their workforce as they open for business. We are graced by a trailblazing leader in the world of human resources, talent acquisition, and organizational optimization. She is the driving force behind Profiles Asia Pacific and President and CEO as well as Managing Director for People Dynamics dahil sa kanyang malalim na kaalaman at masusing pagsuri sa kakayahan ng bawat empleyado na tulungan niya ang maraming kumpanya, maliit o malaki upang mas lalong palawigin ang organisasyon at pag-unlad ng bawat individual. Her expertise extends far beyond traditional HR practices, encompassing talent assessment, strategic hiring, and innovative solutions that empower businesses to reach their full potential. In fact, she's also in the academe helping shape the minds of our future business leaders. With an unwavering commitment to excellence, she has helped numerous companies navigate the complexities of HR, enabling them to build high-performing teams and foster cultures of success. Please welcome Dr. Jocelyn Pick. How are you, Miss Jocelyn?
I'm great. Thank you very much, CRV,
Yes.
for having me here.
During the introduction, you have a very stellar career in HR. Paano niyo po ba nasimulan na bakit HR ang pinili ninyong field of endeavor?
Well, actually, CRV, I started my career as a coder, as a computer coder, and as a statistician. But in the numerous projects that I've had, and mind you, some of them were failures, na-realize ko po na the reason for that is because kulang tayo sa pag-factor in ng mga tao. So the people aspect. And that is why I developed a passion for HR. And besides, if you think about successful organizations, kahit na ano man ang business nyo, yung success talaga ng mga company depends dun sa mga tao. So we have to know how to understand them. Probably even how to understand them more than they understand themselves. And how to find out kung ano yung mga motivations nila so we can encourage them to their fullest potential. Doon po ako nagkaroon ng passion with HR. Kasi when I changed my mindset, kasi dati puro po ako numero. Puro po ako programming. Na-realize ko na hindi pala dapat ganon. Kaya po nag-fail yung mga ibang projects ko. Kulang ako sa pag-i-explain sa mga tao, getting their buy-ins. So with that, I started studying about human resources, management, and organization.
That's quite somehow unrelated. Coding, programming, and statistics. And then HR. So basically, this is people management or organizational development. That is something that's also very interesting because of the difference between what you saw or experienced before and what you have been doing for the past years. What triggered you to somehow shift to HR?
As I said, I started realizing that the success of anything that you do really starts with having to understand your people. I was also a teacher. I was a lecturer at UP. I taught algebra and trigonometry. And again, doon ko po natuklasan, but that was early in my career, na talagang it's very important to have a relationship with your students. Hindi lang yung puro formulas. And you are right, it's now it is considered as far apart. Pero these days, yung analytics is very important for
Exactly,
HR
yes.
because of what's going on with big data, with artificial intelligence. Ang mga HR ngayon, kailangan din nila ng solid foundation na maintindihan nila yung numbers behind the performance of people. So while it might appear to be magkakalayo, hindi rin po eh. By nature, I'm a very curious person. So my curiosity led me to try to understand a lot more things about people. So yun po yun.
That's a good thing, Miss Jocelyn, because we always hear a lot of people, a lot of organizations mention that it is not equipment, it is not capital. That's the greatest asset of an organization, but it's talent, or it's their pool of talents. They always say that the greatest asset of an organization is its human resources. So may mga pag-aaral din po ba kayo na napatunayan nyo na ganun nga talaga? So kasi yung iba, the other organizations would look for the brightest minds, those with Latin honors, di ba? Those who have excellent grades in school, those who are top-notchers. But some organizations also believe otherwise, and they look for competency and attitude. So ano ang pinanggagalingan noong phrase na yun, that the greatest asset of an organization is its talent?
Let me go back to what you said, that some companies are actually really looking for the people with the highest cognitive levels, the highest honors. When we first started the business, we had a lot of clients that was really looking for that. But then you have to look at the other side of the coin. The other side of the coin is not just the intelligence of the person, kundi pati yung ano ba ang kinakailangan ng trabaho. May mga ibang jobs na hindi mo naman kailangan the best and the brightest, the top 1% of the population. So you have to match the job with the person. Because in the end, it's not just you wanting to hire the person, but you wanting to see to it that the people that you hire are the right fit for your organization. So maraming factors yan. You just don't look at the grades. You also look at the personalities, their behaviors, their values, their potential, in order to say na this person will be successful.
So yun po ba, may proseso yon? Halimbawa, client will approach you, di ba? And then they will, as you mentioned, they're looking for the top 1% or 10% of the best, di ba? Now, you can say otherwise. You can advise them because that's your business model. What process do you go through to ensure that there is the right fit between the organization and the job market?
There is a process. It's a scientific process. Ito po yung proseso na pinag-aralan din. Let's go to benchmarking of the job. So you have to understand ano ba talaga ang kailangan natin. You want a salesperson? Ano ba ang characteristics nitong salesperson na gusto mo? And then you benchmark the requirements of the job. Tapos nun, you make use of a lot of assessments. It's not just the psychometrics. CRV. Pero nandun na rin yung interviews, nandun na rin yung mga background checks. You try to get as much information as possible for you to make an informed decision. But in the process, there are tools out there in the market, like the tools that we have. It will assess ano yung cognitive abilities mo, will they fit the requirements of the job? Because some jobs, as I said, hindi naman talaga kailangan the best and the brightest. Pwedeng average, pwedeng a little bit above average. So we score that. And that's where my statistics come into play. And then you also want to understand ano ba ang interest niya? Magaling nga siya as a scientist, pero hindi naman siya interesado sa job na yan. So it's the total person. I-assess natin yon. Tapos, you also want to find out ano ba ang values niya? Saan ba siya mag-thrive? Ano ba ang work environment na gusto niya? So for example, talk of Net 25. There are certain people who will thrive in a very challenging environment like this. So if all of this will fit, and this can be measured, and this can be benchmarked against hundreds or if not thousands of different careers, then we can come up more or less with a scientific data that will allow us to make informed decisions.
Wow, that's interesting. You also mentioned about this HR Evolved. During the pandemic, there were a lot of things that happened. Online classes,
Yes.
a lot of online businesses. And nakikita natin, based on some readings also, that there is now a shift to the skills that are needed by the market. May mga trabaho noon na wala na ngayon.
Yes.
At may mga trabaho na umusbong naman ngayon. AI, chat, GPT, and during my time, wala namang social media analyst or data analyst.
Yeah.
Meron naman siguro sa statistics dati, pero walang SEO manager, mga ganyan.
Yeah.
Wala yung mga ganyan dati.
Wala yung mga ganyan.
So, ano sa palagay ninyo ang mga usong trabaho ngayon? Ano yung mga kumpanya na lumalapit sa inyo na hinahanapan ninyo? So it's good that you have your background is in numbers, in figures. So somehow wala kayong pakialam kahit anong industriya ka mapunta, basta ito yung hinahanap mo. Pero ngayon, doon sa pag-aaral nyo, what is the job of the future?
Wow, yeah, that's a very good question. When we look at these things, we look at the skills. And across industry, kailangan talaga nila ng people who are skilled in technology. But over and above that, companies are looking for people who think analytically, who can communicate, who can work as teams, and who can collaborate. People who would know how to take initiative. In fact, and I am in the academe, pero my personal belief is that there are jobs na hindi rin kailangan ng degrees. Mas importante yung skills. And if they upgrade themselves, they get certifications, they get diploma programs kahit na hindi siya bachelor's or hindi siya master's degree, but they can really get good at certain types of subject matter. They can become subject matter specialists. There are jobs available for them. You know, during my time also, being a student of statistics, I remember it took like 15 years. You know, statistics was not a quota course at UP where I studied. So everybody, we said, okay, you take statistics, you take statistics. Nobody was really interested in taking statistics. So maybe for 15 years, we only had 150 or 200 graduates. Pero ngayon, what I understand from UP is the #1 subscribed course.
Wow.
And a lot of companies are looking for people with analytical abilities, coupled with business. Hindi lang naman math kailangan eh. You have to have a certain understanding, not just of numbers, not just of technology, but also business. That's why we have programs like this.
Oo, entrepreneurship. No?
Entrepreneurship.
And
It's
that's
very
the inspiration
important.
of this
Yes.
program, Open for Business.
Yes. So ngayon nga, I'm saying na #1 most subscribed course ngayon is statistics. So happy-happy yung School of Statistics namin. Because freshman pa lang, 200 na. As of few years ago. Whereas 15 years, we only had 150 graduates. And I was talking to some of the big HR companies too, and I asked them, have you changed your method of searching and of selection? Well, yes, we've changed our method of asking questions, and we developed case studies, and one of the things we're looking for are their analytical abilities and their critical thinking skills.
Nakikita din natin, yung sinabi niyo you come from the academe. Isa sa mga naririnig din natin based on interviews, walang market matching. What, I don't know now, but the curriculum, for example, in the academic institutions, in the educational system, is not necessarily prepared for the current job market. So, kung pagpunta na ngayon ng estudyante sa actual work environment, parang wala siyang napakinabangan doon sa kanyang pinag-aralan. Ngayon ba, are there developments where you see that somehow that gap is bridged? And what initiatives do you think should be done so that what the academe offers is exactly what the market needs?
Yeah, there are many facets to your question, CRV. I would say that there are still certain careers that people occupy, and they were successful to, mind you, pero hindi yun ang pinag-aralan nila. Meron pa rin mga ganon.
Yes.
On the other hand, yung professionalization ng career guidance has also helped. So yun din ang isa sa mga initiatives. For example, we actually assessed 100,000 students all over the Philippines. Ito yung mga senior high. To find out kung anong courses ang dapat nila kunin. Hindi lang yung anong pinakamataas na sweldo, o eto yung barkada ko, pero saan ba sila nag-fit? Tapos ililista, ito yung mga subjects na kukunin nyo. And I think some schools are also doing that. Before they accept, then lalo na ngayon, most schools, because of the CHED program on free education, and most of our local governments and city governments, they already have their own LUCs, local university and colleges, wherein the tuition are free, and it's good news because for me it really gives an opportunity to people who otherwise could not get an education. Because it's free, they also try to match their students kung saan nila ilalagay. Hindi lang kung anong pipiliin. Not all schools do that, but they have what you call a career matching. So that they're more aligned as to their, as I said, as to their interest. Dito pa talaga kami interesado. O bakit mo kinuha itong course na to? Hindi dahil andun yung mga barkada mo. Kundi, okay ka dyan. So meron naman tayong mga ganon para hindi naman masayang din yung education ng mga bata.
So, ibig sabihin, Dr. Jocelyn, talagang kahit yung discipline ninyo nag-evolve din. Kasi sabi nyo nga, you are changing even your questions, even your selection, may development din. So, hindi rin siya stagnant. Yan, hindi rin.
Hindi siya stagnant. And for us to stay ahead, just like in any other business, kailangan naaamoy natin anong nangyayari sa environment. So, we have to keep abreast, stay ahead, and find out what's going on. Kasi talaga, CRV, ibang-iba na mundo ngayon eh. The world that I knew when I first graduated, talagang ibang-iba na ngayon. And also the work environment. Kasi ngayon,
yes.
after the pandemic, you mentioned the pandemic, no, na marami nawala ng jobs. But who were the companies that stayed afloat? They were the people who knew how to take care of their people. Some companies, kahit na nalulugi na, they did not lay off their people.
They continued,
They
yes.
continued. Tapos ngayon, meron na tayong hybrid workforce. So may mga technology. In our company, we have our departments report once a week lang. And the rest of the days, they are working at home. But guess what? It doesn't mean they're goofing. Because we
Yes.
also have technology that tracks down
Yes, so
whether
what they're
they're working.
doing.
Yes, yes. So technology again has given the answers for this. But one thing I realize is that we have to be people-centric. Over and above, dati command and conquer mode tayo. O eto, yan, dapat ang mga unfortunately, ganyan ako noon. So siguro kaya marami rin ako mga failures. But then I realized you provide a culture and also you said, paano natin matutulungan itong mga ito? What else aside from the assessments? Can we help them become successful? Nagkakaroon yan ng proliferation ng mentoring, ng coaching, ng executive coaching. Because we try to think about the leadership and succession planning for these people. And the people, again, I said, who really know how to take care of their people, na hindi lang naman ito lip service, but they provide everything that they can as a company, be it in terms of compensation, be it in terms of support, be it in terms of training and development. It doesn't mean just because nakagraduate na sila, hindi na responsibilidad ng company na i-train sila. It's our responsibility to encourage them, tayong mga business people. Then we will find out that they will also do more than their best to help us grow. Our business, during the first year of the pandemic, it actually went down, I will have to admit. But because some of my directors are really very proactive, and even before we said magkakaroon tayo ng lockdown, we experimented with one department. Mag-lockdown tayo because we kind of anticipated magkaka-lockdown. Kasi March tayo nagka-lockdown, but November, we were already having town hall meetings. What's gonna happen with this virus? So, okay, we're gonna have one department. We'll see how it works. So it didn't come as a big surprise. But I realized that's when we had to start focusing really on people. And that is, I think, one reason why siguro year 2 of the pandemic, we were able to bounce back. And I'm sure that also happened to a lot of companies. On the other hand, there were also companies, for one reason or another, kasi talagang down ang business, they had to close down, which is so unfortunate.
Now, Dr. Jocelyn, you also mentioned about the things that you can provide to your employees, like say, for example, taking care of their needs during the pandemic. That's one. Making sure that there is somehow a hybrid arrangement in terms of work, their environment. What are people or job finders looking for now? Kasi again, during my time, they look lang for a high salary. But now, it doesn't have, some organizations doesn't have to, or some individuals doesn't have to look for that. They're looking for something else. In your experience now, as you have assessed different organizations, what are job seekers, job finders look for in a specific job aside from the usual remuneration package? Ano ba yung hinahanap nila?
I would say, based on the surveys that we do, they're looking for companies that they can develop themselves, they can learn, and they can be trained. So training is a very important factor. You're right, yung sweldo hindi masyado. Pero nakikita ko rin, marami rin gusto nila ng virtual. Medyo inconsistent kasi based naman din sa research, but actually I'm referring to the youngsters. Yung mga youngsters, mas gusto pala nila ng face-to-face.
Sa karanasan po ninyo, saan nga ba, halimbawa sa isang kumpanya, saan nanggagaling ang pagkakaroon ng masamang epekto naman ng this mental concerns. Like say for example, siyempre sa school, nasasabi natin, bullying, mga ganyan.
yeah.
Siguro naman sa maaring meron din sa office, pero
Yeah.
hindi ganun katulad ng when you say school, that's bullying.
You're right,
diba?
right.
Pero sa office, saan nanggagaling ang
I
mental
think
problems?
there are many things. Some people feel so pressured with the job.
Okay.
Because in a virtual environment, pag virtual environment ka, walang sense of belongingness. Wala kang friend. Kasi you're working virtually. I think mga factors din yan eh. Leaders, mga supervisors. Sabi nga ng research, people leave companies not because of the company itself, but because of their supervisors.
One example, why? Because of the supervisors.
Siguro the supervisor is so demanding or doesn't have empathy towards the employee. So yun yung mga klaseng training na dapat binibigyan natin, supervisors and employees alike, to be more aware, self-mastery, more aware of themselves, na ito kami, which by the way, assessments can also answer. Ito ang pagkatao ko, ganito ako. Tapos if you're the supervisor, kita mo yung profile niya, ganito pala siya dapat i-handle. Ang personality niya, ganito. So this is the way to handle her. So, may mga coaching tips din itong mga assessments natin.
So, ang maaring problema, not necessarily the employee or yung under mo, kundi yung supervisor din. That's or vice versa.
Yeah,
Kasi in the assessment, in the performance appraisal, di ba, it should be both sides.
Yes.
The view from the...
It has to be, yes,
Yeah.
yes. But in the day-to-day, you've got to know how to handle your people also. So one competency that you have to develop as supervisor is for you to have a strong awareness of others. Because if you don't develop that skill, you will have a problem also.
Wow! We're getting a lot of insights here. Ngayon, ang isa sa mga interesting na binabanggit din is, pag sinabi mong HR, ano ba to? Approachable ba sila or masungit ba sila? Kasi di ba iba-ibang, I also was exposed to the corporate world and I talked with a lot of CEOs. So, pag HR ba, parang sila ba yung pinakamadaling lapitan or sila ba yung pinaka-stricto or sila ba yung approachable nga or sila yung friendly naman para kunyari parang if you feel down, if you are nearing depression, you have someone from HR to talk to. So ano yung ideal na HR ng isang kumpanya?
Unang-una, yung kilos ng HR is really defined by the policies of the company. May mga ibang HR na masusungit talaga. They are the policemen. Actually, I hated those HR.
Sige. Pero hindi naman masama 'yon.
Hindi masama kasi yun yung job nila.
Kasi to police.
Time sheet, naka-uniform ka ba? On time ka ba? Absent ka ba, no? Pero I think the ideal HR for me as a businessman is an HR who understands my business. So that when that person recruits for people, may input siya and when that person counsels people with problems, kasi part rin ng job ng HR. Ang hirap ng trabaho ng HR sa totoo. Pag hindi niya naintindihan yung strategies tsaka yung business concepts ng entrepreneur, mahirap.
So, he can be approachable, he can be a policeman-like as long as he understands the business.
Understands the business and why this is being done.
I see.
We have a lot of companies that will have to lay off hundreds, if not thousands, lalo na yung mga malalaking companies dito that had to lay off. BPO companies or call centers, di ba? Sometimes they lay off. I mean, that's a big challenge for the HR. On the other hand, there's so much bright future then for HR. I think it's a very exciting field to be in. You have to have an understanding of the law. You have to have an understanding of labor relations.
Exactly.
You have to have an understanding of relationships, emotional intelligence. And at the same time, you have to be able to help your boss, the CEO or the management for you to run the company.
You mentioned about that relationship eh. So,
Yes, yes.
parang ano ba yon? Gaano ba ka-importante yung relationship na yon? And how do you maintain a good relationship amongst peers, amongst colleagues? Kasi in a work environment, there are times where people cannot necessarily dissociate a friend from a boss. Siyempre, when we say relationship, it's a business relationship, di ba? But there are times wherein this is already your second family, di ba? Kasi
It is,
from your
yes.
home, you go here and this is your day-to-day. This is your family already.
Yes,
But there
yes.
are times people, somehow you cross that specific boundary.
Yeah.
So what kind of relationship would you want to highlight here? And
Yes.
how do you compartmentalize those relationships?
Yeah, I like that question about relationships. And the family, you're right. We are really one big family. Everybody in the office. For me, you have to be transparent. You have to be transparent and you have to know how to communicate. If you're not able to communicate, nagkakaroon ng speculation, nagkakaroon ng mga haka-haka na hindi naman tama kung minsan. Na-promote yan, favorite yan, or what. Kasi hindi natin na-communicate ng gusto. But at the same time, we have to be transparent. Kasi kung marami tayong tinatago, like in any family, nagkakaroon ng mga suspicious minds dyan, nagkakaroon ng mga tampuhan, ganoon. But if you lay down, and your policies have to be written, and it has to be communicated and signed, that they understand these are the rules and the policies of the organization. So I think that's one way to avoid it. But for me, it's really honesty and it's really transparency. Of course, nasa values na rin ng company yan, governance, fairness. We talk about those things for us to make sure na hindi toxic yung ating work environment.
In your dealing with a lot of companies that you counsel or that you give advice to, what are the major challenges na HR challenges? What aspect of HR? Kasi di ba, as I understand based on your data, and what we have discussed, ang daming aspects din ang HR, di ba? May recruitment yan, may talent management yan, may mentoring yan. Ano ba yung mga karaniwan, maybe mention the top challenges that they experience, and what are those tools or your company's offerings to them so that you can help, solve these challenges?
I think there are several challenges that facing HR practitioners. One would be, of course, the recruitment, the searching, the selection. Ang daming fake news kung minsan, ang dali-daling gumawa ng resume. How do you filter that out?
Oo,
Diba?
nangongopya lang, di ba?
Yes,
Oo.
so selection. And then, a lot of our people are also wanting to work abroad, no? Gusto nila yung mga trabaho overseas. So you have to know how to entice them. You have to create a brand that you can be an employer of choice.
Ayun. So branding din,
Branding
kailangan din
So
yun.
isang challenge yan. Tapos, I think another challenge that I see, especially for entrepreneurs and family businesses, is the challenge of succession. Yung succession planning, paano natin i-grow tong mga internal talents natin para sila mag-a-assume. So yun yung mga challenges. And of course, yung challenge na how do you keep them engaged? How do you keep them motivated para bumaba ang ating attrition rates? Yung palipat-lipat. Tapos, I would say, compensation. We need very good data on compensation. Even for companies that want to invest here and they want to open businesses, they always ask the question, ano ba ang mga rates? So, unang-una, we have to make our rates competitive. Pangalawa, we don't want to be shortchanged by our neighbors in ASEAN, for example. Para ang rates naman natin, hindi naman masyadong mataas, pero with the ASEAN integration, right? So, compensation will be a problem. Well, of course, we also have labor problems, and a lot of entrepreneurs are always faced with challenges every time the Department of Labor says, magkakaroon tayo ng mga wage increases and all that. Those are also challenges for, well, I wouldn't say that's HR, but in one sense it is, because HR got to have the analytical data and must be able to collect a comparative comparative figures. That's when the analysis comes in. It could also be an issue. So those are the greater challenges of an HR. Madami, but I think the finding the right person.
How do you find the right person? Kasi, and how do you communicate that? Kasi di ba, during the earlier times, talagang ano lang yan. Newspaper, pipila talaga. But this time, there's social media. Pero minsan, yun nga, mahirap ma-filter. What's your advice to companies? How do they really mine a lot of data?
Okay, you mentioned social media. Talagang madami, no? A lot of people look at social media to find out. But yung mga age-old practices like asking your friends for jobs, asking for referrals, asking for people inside a company because they know the culture best and hindi naman magre-recommend yan. So those are certain aspects. Mind you, there are a lot of AI-generated tools that can even predict when you're going to quit. And you can, because they say the best people in the marketplace that you want to hire are those people who are not looking for jobs.
Exactly.
You know, they're not desperate. They're not looking for,
yes.
but you can already source them. So, you know, artificial intelligence can pick up keywords from your postings and all that and can give you names of potential candidates. Where can you find? It's a talent. There are lots of applications out there and they sell it. There are lots of jobs portals out there that you could also avail of if you want to find the right candidates. It's not merely resumes that are being sent to you. Dapat may konting filtering na. Kasi you'll be faced with what? Hundreds of resumes.
Even thousands.
Thousands. How are you going to do that? At the early stage, when we first were moved to the Philippines, 1998, I remember we would have hundreds and thousands of resumes that we had to filter. So we had to introduce quick and easy way to assess them. Na, sige, we have to filter this out kasi ang dami-dami. Those were the days na iba pa. That was the rise of the call centers, and that was 1998. 25 years ago, that's our anniversary. We're celebrating our anniversary CRV.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Unfortunately, Dr. Jocelyn, we're running out of time and I have not asked one single question from this list. So I think that gives us the time for us to invite you again so that we can discuss more, about this very interesting. I think this is just an introduction interview. But before we wrap this up, ano naman po ang advice ninyo sa mga MSMEs, kasi kung sila man ay nagkakaproblema din sa kanilang HR, sa mga maliliit na negosyo, what's your tips to MSMEs, to business owners, to make sure that they take care of their greatest asset, which is the human resource?
Well, first of all, we have to make sure that we take care of them. Secondly, there are many resources. Tayong mga MSMEs, we started as an MSME ourselves with 2 or 3 people only. Now we're almost 100. It's for us to make use of friends and resources. Kasi, like for example, yung mga local chambers at saka yung mga LGUs, meron silang mga centers dyan that will mentor mga MSMEs. I belong to an association which is called the Institute of Management Consultants of the Philippines, and we work with certain LGUs. They provide a space for us, and we have a lot of MSMEs that attend, and these are coaching given for free. So you just don't look at the packaging, the products, how you distribute your products, but more importantly, your people. So may mga mentoring sessions din nandyan for our MSMEs. For you to grow your business, basically. So I think marami naman tayong resources, CRV. We just have to give the time, because if we just strike anywhere, sige na lang tayo na sige at hindi tayo nagpaplano at we don't train ourselves, we don't educate, we don't listen to the wiser people amongst us, we will just be doing what we're doing. But if we want to grow, and mind you, for example, sa Quezon City, we work with the Quezon City LGU, no? I know some of the MSMEs that started when we were doing our mentoring, ano na sila? Multi-million company na sila. So you can grow like that. You can become like that also. But don't forget always take care of your people. Kasi pamilya nyo yan eh. And select the right person. Paano ba kayong pumipili ng partner? No? Job matching, tawag nga. No? Kailangan nyong kilatisin ng husto na kasundo nyo ba to, magwo-work ba to, can you trust this person? Which is actually on a more scientific scale what assessments do.
Wow. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are watching who would like to know your number. Where can they get in touch
Yes,
with
please. You're welcome, and it's part of our initiative. We love to mentor you. My cell phone number, in case you want to give me a call, is 0917-810-8001. Or the better way to reach me would be to email me at jocelyn@profilesasiapacific.com. Or my Facebook is simply Jocelyn Pick. And I look forward to hearing from you, and I look forward to seeing you grow your businesses.
Wow, thank you so much, the Managing Director of People Dynamics and the President and CEO of Profiles Asia Pacific, Dr. Jocelyn Pick. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us.
It is another night of honoring exemplary Filipinos at the 7th Outstanding Men and Women of the Philippines 2023, and we caught up with some of the awardees with significant contribution to society. Let us watch this.
Kailangan matuto tayong mag-acquire ng assets. Kasi isa yan sa mga natutunan ko early on nung nagsisimula ako, kahit na wala pa akong pera noon, at a very early stage nang nagsisimula akong magnegosyo sa larangan ng online, is aware na ako about financial literacy, lalo na yung acquisition ng asset. So yung pera natin, kailangan alam natin kung saan natin ilalagay. Not just more on liability, but more on asset instead. Napaka-importante yung passion sa ginagawa natin, and most importantly, yung hindi ka nakafocus sa pera. Kasi isa sa mga natutunan kong lesson sa buhay is the more you chase after money is the more na nag-struggle tayo sa financially. So naniniwala ako na kapag nakita natin yung ating purpose, yung ating passion, at yun ang ating chase, yung financial abundance kung saan na siya dumarating, whether you like it or not. Nagkapasalamat ako sa mga ganitong klase na recognition kasi kahit pa paano nare-recognize yung small efforts na ginagawa ng mga negosyante na katulad ko na para ma-reach out yung mas maraming mga tao sa pagbabago lalo na ng kanilang kabuhayan.
Very happy ako to celebrate my 7th year anniversary for Best Magazine kasi marami naman po akong awards na ginagawa every year. Kaso lang, itong outstanding ang kauna-unahan kong awards night na ginawa. And I'm so very happy and glad na nakarating na siya sa ika-7 taon at meron pang bago. Outstanding Youth, meron din Tourism Circle Awards at meron din Outstanding Brand of the Year. The main objective of doing this is para talaga makatulong sa kapwa, hindi naman for anything else. Gusto ko lang siyang gawin kasi nararapat naman na gumawa talaga ng mga activities na ganito na may katuturan. That's why nagkaroon ako ng Best Magazine, for charity talaga.
Itong award na ito, gusto ko sana through me makita nung iba na pwede namang magbigay kahit maliit. Tapos yung maliit na yung lumalaki yun eh. Dahil magugulat ka na lang yung binibigay mong kabutihan sa ibang tao. Pagbalik sa'yo, sobra-sobra.
Being Mrs. Space of Tourism Philippines 2023, hindi lang ito yung pageant having a pretty face, kundi ito yung platform na maka-inspire sa mga women to empowered women and other people, especially those children. Ang advocacy ko po ang makatulong sa mga batang abandoned, mga batang abused, yung mga batang helpless po sa kanilang buhay, yun po ang gustong-gusto ko pong tulungan. Ini-encourage ko po ang mga kababaihan na kailangan magtiwala sa sarili, maging positibo po sa buhay para ma-inspire din ang other women at makatulong din sa ibang mga tao at mga bata.
I'm so happy because it's been a while. First time ko ulit to be out in public, so I'm so happy. Kaya, yun, excited ako for tonight. Kaming mga artists na-appreciate namin na na-appreciate yung aming talent in singing, like me. So, hindi nasasayang yung mga efforts namin for the longest time.
Presently, ako po ang president ng Filipino Dentists Organization in Qatar, and we are active helping distressed OFW, and not only po yung mga distressed OFW but also mga professionals po like as a president of Filipino Dentists, instead po na uuwi pa sila ng Pilipinas to take board exam, they can take board exam po sa Qatar, which is under po kami ng Filipino Professional Organization in Qatar. So lahat po ng mga professional abroad, especially po sa Middle East, pwede na po silang mag-board exam na hindi po magre-resign sa trabaho. So ang tawag po doon na SPLE, Special Licensure Examination po. Isa lang po ang realization. Alam nyo, dapat po mahalin natin ang bansang Pilipinas at babalik po talaga tayo.
Natutuwa po kami dahil ang ito pong award na po ito ay halos every year po namin tinatanggap. Ito po ay pagpapakilala lamang po na yung contribution namin pagdating po sa aming pong brand na isa pong healthy, napaka-safe at napakasarap, okay, na kahit sa okasyon po pwede po nating inumin, pwede po nating gamitin, whether it is like reunion, debut, or graduation. Napaka-safe po nito. Kaya naman po siguro nagugustuhan din po ng organizing body na bigyan kami ng award para kilalanin po yung pong, at the same time, sabi nga ni Sir Delphine, yung pong advokasya namin, nakatutulong po kami sa mga magsasaka, yung pong mga nagtatanim po ng guyabano, mangustin, and pignay, para po bigyan sila ng trabaho. Okay, yun po sa pinaka-importante ron. Sa isang bote po na bibilhin po ng ating po mga consumers, ng ating po Milagro Bean of Fruit Wine, ay natutulungan po natin ang ating po mga farmers, yung ating po mga magsasaka po na mabuhay.
Okay, this 7th annual Philippine Most Outstanding Brand of the Year, well, very flattering of course, kasi despite na hindi naman kami kabilang dun sa tinatawag ng mga blue chips company, maliit lang kami, pero we're very thankful na this award giving body always recognizes us na maipakilala kami sa mga tao, especially sa mga kapwa nating Pilipino. And hindi lang yun, malamang pwede sa buong mundo makilala po yung aming kahalagahan po ng advocacy nga po namin na makatulong din po talaga kami sa mga local farmers po natin.
This kind of awards inspires us to do better. Sa bawat steps na gagawin namin next time, gusto namin maging better dahil na-inspire kami na may mga tao po pala talagang nakaka-appreciate sa ginagawa.
Thank you very much to Mr. Richard Hinola and his staff. Itong award giving body na to ay malaki po ang naitutulong namin kasi lalo na nagiging very proud po kami na nararamdaman natin yung kulturang Pilipino na magaling pala talaga ang mga Pilipino.
Sa akin kasi, kahit noon pa talaga, na hindi ko pa hinahawakan si Alabaster Perfumes, nandun talaga yung heart ko na makapagbigay tulong at maraming tao ang mapasaya. Sa akin siguro, hindi yung sarili mo yung iisipin mo. Kung hindi, yung mga taong nakapaligid sa'yo na hindi ka magpapayaman sa iyong sarili. Kung hindi, dapat i-share mo kung ano yung may blessings na meron ka, i-share mo rin sa iba.
To be different, us kasi we don't just do services. It's about the experience that they feel and also how we empower men and women, that you don't have to change. Enhancing is not just outside but also the inside. Nauna ko talagang naisip na magtayo lang ng negosyo to provide jobs. And then naisip ko na if I can use my skills and myself na makapag-provide ng trabaho, especially during pandemic. And I think that's also one kaya kami nag-grow because I had that vision for the past years. I'm very honored na mapabilang dito, and this is really a nice event para mas lalo pang ma-inspire natin ng mas maraming tao.
More success for them kasi headed by ito ni Mr. Richard Hinola. Mas marami siya ngayon nare-reach na tao at dahil sa ginagawa niyang ito, nai-inspire tayo lalo. Lalo na kung anuman ang sitwasyon natin sa buhay, ay mas lalo natin itong pagbutihin dahil ang mga taong katulad ng mga staff nito at kasama na nga dyan ng Best Magazine, sila hindi tumitigil para bigyan ng recognition ang mga taong may mga na-attain sa buhay nila. Kaya more power to you, Mr. Richard Hinola and staff. God bless.
Ang Open for Business is very, very credible. Lalo na po ang inyong host, napakagaling. At the same time, yung format ng palabas na Open for Business is very, very nice, especially dun sa mga negosyanteng mga bago na nabibigyan nyo ng pagkakataon kahit papanong sumikat. Marami po akong magagawa rin ng award tonight, like si Miss Aramina, tapos si Tony Petgaba. Yan ang ikinagaganda talaga ng mga palabas ng Net25, pang-pamilya at pangkalahatan po. Kaya po nagawaran ko po ang Net25, mga shows nila kasi napaka-entertaining naman po. Congratulations po for making your audience na maging masaya while watching Net25 because let's face it, Net25 is one of the uprising TV station and very competitive right now.
Nagulat ako kasi more than 1 month pa lang ang magandang araw and nakakuha na kami ng award. Hindi ko na-expect. Kumbaga, sa tagal ko sa industry, like yung nabigyan ako ng award sa pagiging artista, ang tagal bago dumating yun eh. So ngayon, parang ang bilis ng pangyayari. I wanna thank for this recognition dito sa Magandang Araw show. Nako, siya, pang-pamilya. Pang-pamilya yung show na yon kasi kailangan ma-touch natin lahat ng topics, pang kids, pang seniors, pang adult, pang dalaga, pang nagdadalaga, ganon. So, ayun, lalong-lalo na this is I want all people na makakuha ng mga tips para lalo tayo maging healthy.
Sa lahat ng mga awardees ko, sa lahat ng mga sponsors at sa lahat ng mga donors ko, thank you very much because without you, nahihirapan po akong buuhin ang isang ganitong klaseng awards night. Lalo na po, naabot ko na po ang ika-7 awards night for outstanding men and women of the Philippines.
There you have it, some of the outstanding men and women of the Philippines. We also thank the organizers for naming us Philippine Outstanding Brand of the Year as Business TV Show of the Year. More power to you. I am Jasmine Agustin for Open for Business.
And our buzzword of the week is core competencies. These are the resources and capabilities that comprise the strategic advantages of a business. A modern management theory argues that a business must define, cultivate, and exploit its core competencies in order to succeed against the competition. Through our discussion today, there is no doubt that HR consultancy firms are the architects of tomorrow's workplace. They are the compass that guides businesses through the complex terrain of human resources, offering expert guidance, innovative solutions, and strategic insights that drive growth, foster inclusivity, and enhance productivity. The Profiles Group and other HR solutions firms are reshaping the landscape one strategic partnership at a time. Optimizing human capital strategy is a vibrant and transformative space that holds the key to unlocking the full potential of any organization. And our quote of the week is, in a high IQ job pool, soft skills like discipline, drive, and empathy mark those who emerge as outstanding. That's from Daniel Goleman, author, psychologist, and science journalist. Thank you so much, Dr. Jocelyn. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on Facebook, YouTube, like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you are informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat. Thank you, Ms. Jocelyn. Maraming salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Have you been studying hard to get a degree and hopefully land you a job in the United States? Perhaps you've been wanting to be reunited with your family. Find out the ins and outs of your journey to the U.S. either as a visitor or as an immigrant from attorney Marlene F. Gonzalez, a Filipino-American immigration expert with over 20 years of experience and proud owner of U.S. Journey Immigration Services. You might just get to be inspired to live your American dream here at Open for Business. She moved to the U.S. with her family when she was 12 years old, and there's no looking back since. After earning her bachelor's degree in philosophy and eventually going to law school and completing a Juris Doctorate, here she is, championing the cause for immigrants, including violently abused women and Filipinos to know their rights. while living in the United States. Please welcome Attorney Marlene F. Gonzalez of U.S. Journey Immigration Services. How are you, Attorney?
Thank you, CRV. Thank you for having me on your show, and I am open for business also.
Perfect. During my introduction, I mentioned about this American dream, di ba? I think I was very young then, and I always hear this American dream. Ano po ba yung American dream at bakit naging tinawag yun na American dream?
The American dream is about fulfilling your dreams. It's about having opportunities. That is what the United States offers. The United States offers opportunities that are not available in many countries around the world. The United States can allow somebody to have a business while working a job. The United States can allow people to have 3 jobs and, get their house, get their dream house, whatever it takes. Some people from other countries look forward to, I want to go to America so I can work 2 jobs, and that's the opportunity.
Okay, but Attorney, what's your take on some thoughts that after the 9/11, after COVID-19, things have changed also, and that American dream may also have changed in terms of dimension. Although I am seeing the data earlier, there's still a lot of immigrants, there's still a lot of Filipinos wanting to go to the United States.
That's correct. After COVID, actually, the United States began to suffer a labor shortage, including the healthcare sector, nurses and healthcare workers. And so, even though perhaps it was closed off before for nurses, now it's open for business, and they are needing a lot of workers. And so that's one of the types of immigration law that I do, employment-based petitions, by employers needing workers to keep their businesses open.
Wow, this is good. This is my first question. As a U.S. immigration expert, can you tell us a few myths or misunderstandings about visas and visa types? For example, can a person with tourist visa seek employment while in the U.S.? For our viewers, would you be able to tell us the differences also between a student, tourist, business, investor, employment, fiancé, or family-sponsored, and other types of visas?
Yes.
Let's begin with that basic question.
Yes, I can explain all of that. So we have 2 types of visas, non-immigrant and immigrant. Non-immigrant is for people who are just going to visit temporarily. Whether it's a tourist or a student, when you graduate, you're supposed to go back. That's a non-immigrant visa. And immigrant visas are people wanting to get permanent residency in the U.S. So those are the 2 main types, right? Where people go wrong is they come to the United States with a tourist visa, and the officer asks them, what do you want to do here? What are you doing here? You're supposed to be saying, I'm visiting family. I want to go to Disneyland. I'm just going to, I want to see New York. But if you say, I'm looking for a job, then you're returning. Denied. Yes. As soon as there's any indication that they are intending to stay, so you don't bring all your luggage, marami kang dala, no? No, you're just visiting. So usually with kids, you say, tell them you're going to Disneyland, you're going to take the kids to Disneyland. Now, yung immigrant, you intend to live in the United States and work in the United States. Usually it's a longer process for immigrant
like for how
visas.
long?
So right now, sa employment, mga 3 years. Ganon.
Oh, 3 years.
Yeah.
The process is 3 years.
Yes,
okay,
just
but
because there's a backlog sa
Oh,
visas. Yeah.
When you say there's a backlog, there's a lot of applicants.
That's correct. That's correct. So the government of the United States only issues 140,000 visas for employment.
Is that figure applicable to the Philippines alone or total na yun?
The whole world.
Oh, the whole world.
Ang problema niyan.
So that's 140,000.
Yes. So
per
the
year
problem.
yun.
Yes.
Per year.
The problem is that number was set in 1965 when immigration opened up in the United States. It's antiquated. It doesn't reflect our society, our population. But Congress makes the rules and Congress doesn't want to increase that number.
So, halimbawa, doon sa 140,000 na mapaprocess nila na visa, what's the percentage of Filipinos going there? So, out of the 140, are we at maybe 5% man lang? Or what percentage?
Yeah, sa Filipinos, well, it's kind of spread throughout kasi, it's spread evenly,
Oh, so like say there's a quota per country, is that it?
Correct.
Oh.
But, so because the Philippines has a lot, ours is a little bit farther backlog, mas mahabang pila. Ganon.
Oh, I see.
So, that is the immigrant visa. It's still worth it to get an employment-based visa kasi if you do a family, say a mother wants to petition, US citizen na yung mother, wants to petition for her son who's already 25. That's like 12 years. So I advise them, you can take a different route. This is why it's important to talk to an attorney to strategize and get your objectives, Kasi
and that is your expertise.
That's right, that's right.
Okay.
Consult with an attorney before you start anything, yes.
Okay, so that's the immigration visa. So, kung 3 years yung process na yon ng immigration visa, what about non-immigrant visa?
Correct. So, yung non-immigrant visa, student, let's say. A student visa could be depending on the course you take, no? If you do a bachelor's degree, 4 years, master's degree, maybe 2 years. So, we talk about how we can strategize that. If you have somebody wanting to petition for you, come in as a student and buy the time in the United States. But as a student, you can't work in the United States. Yes.
So whatever your purpose is, dun lang. Or
Correct.
else you'll get into trouble.
Correct.
I see. But if the other type of visa would have a processing time of 3 years, sa non-immigrant, it's shorter. Like
That's correct.
How short is it? Or
Yung
how?
tourist visa and student visa, it's easy. You fill out the application and you make sure you have the correct evidence at the interview. It could be weeks before the interview, and you get interviewed, and you must have the right documentation. But when you do, they pass, you're coming in as a student or a tourist.
What's the normal processing time?
In my experience, because they come to me, right? They want to figure out, how can I come? How can I live permanently in the United States? So, okay, if you come as a tourist, you can change status to investor, and then eventually get an employer to petition for you.
So like for example, you plan to go this year, dapat you should have applied earlier, months earlier.
That's
I
correct. I had a client recently that got the interview right away. Ganon.
I see.
Yes.
So depende rin dun sa kaso
Sa
mo, may
visa,
ganun ba?
yeah. Depende. Kung student or tourist, mas mabilis.
I see.
Yeah.
Oo. Pero ano yung mga cases na sobrang napapabilis naman? Na, like say for example, you will not go through that long process. May ganun ba, attorney?
So ngayon, yung pumasok ng student or tourist, no? Then ended up marrying a US citizen. Green card application yon. Ngayon, they are so busy, they got rid of the interview requirement. So, sinasubmit lang namin yung evidence na tunay na marriage yon, tsaka yung medical exam nila. Tapos na-approve without an interview kasi busy talaga sila.
So you also mentioned, attorney, that of these words, green visa.
Yeah.
So parang siyempre, pag sinasabi, naririnig din natin yan.
Yeah.
Maraming mga Pinoy na
mga green
nanonood
card,
ngayon
green
na
card.
open for business. Sabi nila, ano ba yung green visa? So siyempre, sa mga ibang hindi naman gusto mag-travel kahit saan, di ba? Ano ba ang green visa na ito? Kulay green ba ito? At bakit tinawag na green visa?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Actually, it's a permanent resident card that originally it was green and then it turned white. I think now it's green again. It's just the color that they chose to make the card. Pero what it is lawful permanent resident card, LPR. LPR ka ba, USC ka ba, US citizen ka ba, or LPR? LPR yung status. Yung card happens to be green. At one point it was white. Pero ngayon green na naman, I think.
So bottom line is, it's the permanence of your residence there.
That is correct.
Oh,
That
okay.
is correct. Ngayon, yung mga pumapasok ng tourist visa, pag nag-overstay sila, nagti-TNT, overstay, ganon. But if they marry a US citizen, pwede pa rin sila makakuha ng green card miski overstay. Kasi forgiven yon pag spouse mo US citizen.
I see. Okay. So yung basta pag may green card ka or green visa, you are a permanent resident in the US.
Correct.
And when you are a permanent resident there or you have a green card, meaning you can study there, you can work there, you can establish your own business there.
That's correct. You
Okay.
can do anything. And so
Okay.
that's the American dream, right? Having the green card, you can have a business, you can work whatever jobs you want, you know. Your kids can go to school, whatever university, you know.
So, attorney, paano naman yung dual citizen?
When you say dual citizen, ibig sabihin, may citizenship na siya sa US. Permanent resident status is not citizenship. Yan, ang tanong ng mga tao, how can I become a citizen? No, you have to be a permanent resident first before you can apply for citizenship. Kaya,
So, dadaanan mo yon. So,
first,
kailangan
ang first
maging
step,
permanent resident ka.
If you got permanent residency through a spouse, a U.S. citizen spouse, after 3 years, you can apply for citizenship.
After 3 years
3 years
pa.
lang. Everybody else who got their green card in any other way, after 5 years. I just applied for my Filipino citizenship, by the way.
So you're a citizen.
I'm a dual citizen.
You are a dual citizen.
Yes.
I
So
see.
that means, as a citizen of the United States, if I choose to live here for 5 years, I won't lose ever my citizenship. But if I'm a permanent resident, if I stay here for more than 1 year and I try to go back, they may say, you are no longer a permanent resident. You have been living outside the United States.
I see.
Kaya we encourage clients to apply for citizenship para if you want to go back to the Philippines to live there for a while, you will never lose your citizenship sa US.
I see. Because they can check the length of your
Correct.
stay outside
Correct.
the country.
Yes,
see.
makikita nila pagpasok mo. How long have you been out? 1.5 years. Oh, we're gonna revoke your permanent resident status kasi hindi ka tumira dito. Hindi ka na nakatira dito. Ganon.
So, pero pag citizen ka, so kahit na gaano ka
They
katagal
don't
dito.
care, yes.
I see.
So that is a big advantage to have dual citizenship if you want to live any place in the world actually.
I see. So, ang kagandahan nito, Pilipino ka pa rin. Pag pumunta mo ka naman doon, US citizen ka rin.
Correct.
So, hindi ba nawawala yung pagka-Pilipino mo kapag meron kang ibang citizenship?
Hindi. Pero when it comes to property rights, siguro you're inheriting property, ganon. Siguro yung mga laws ng Philippines requires na Philippines citizenship.
I see. Oo.
Yeah. But otherwise, for the most part, kung walang property issue, walang inheritance issue, hindi ka naman titira dito, kung naging citizen ka na, there's no need for dual citizenship. Maraming naging US citizen na hindi na nag-apply.
I see.
Ako, I applied for dual citizenship kasi I love to travel.
I see.
I want to be able to show my Filipino passport sa Cuba, where they don't like Americans, ganon.
Oh, interesting.
Hindi ako Amerikano, sabihin ko.
When did you acquire your US citizenship?
When I was 18 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, we came here to the United States when I was 12. Then after 5 years, we applied for citizenship.
Ano ba ang gusto ng mga Pilipino doon? Yung iba, pag pumupunta na sa Estados Unidos, parang although may mga nalalaman kami na kaunti lang naman, na parang medyo nawawala na yung pagka-Pilipino.
Yes.
O parang medyo pati yung values nila iba na.
Yes.
So, what's in the Filipino community that makes you really still a Filipino?
Many, including myself, we identify with being Filipino. I'm Filipino. I was born in the Philippines. I came here because I came to the United States because my mother had that American dream. That was her dream. But I benefited from it, maraming Filipino doon na naging US citizen na that still want to help the Philippines, that are still tied to the Philippines. They want to help their family, they want to help the country. So I came here nung last year sa trade mission. And yes, I saw, wow, the Philippines is open for business. I want to do business with the Philippines. I want to help this is the land of my birth. Diba? I want to help.
And we thank you for that, attorney, because that is really what the Philippines needs. Like, if you have been successful outside the country, you go back to your roots.
Yes.
And then you help, the country, and also eventually give them job opportunities as well in other
Yes,
lands.
I like that because that's exactly what I'm trying to do. I actually am setting up a recruiting agency for nurses and healthcare workers.
Wow,
So we're trying
yes.
to put together a big pool of nurses that I can present, because the employers in the United States, my clients are telling me, we need people, where are the people? And then our clients abroad are telling me, we need jobs, where are the employers? I'm going to match make them.
Okay,
Yeah.
but what's the demand in terms of that healthcare services? In terms of
Strong.
figures, gaano ba?
I don't have the figures memorized, but they are expecting within the next 10 years, 20, 30, ganon.
Ito yung more on the healthcare or the
Sa
nursing.
healthcare lang. Sa demand ng other workers is also huge. I am petitioning for, well, my clients that I'm helping, we're petitioning for cooks, truck drivers, even computer intelligence analysts, ganon. Yeah. Malaking demand because there again, it is the land of milk and honey. We have a lot of opportunities, but we need the manpower.
Pero bakit po sa healthcare malakas din ang demand? Of course, you mentioned other jobs, but why healthcare? Is it a problem or a result of COVID-19?
Yes.
Or is it also the aging population, or unhealthy ba ang mga Amerikano?
All
Dahil
of the
kain ng-
above. All of
dahil
the
kain ng
above.
kain ng
Maganda
burger?
yan. Unhealthy din. Yes, all of the above. They have a lot of
Really?
health problems. They're getting older, the population. COVID, the nurses and healthcare workers are burnt out. Ngayon, wala din silang, yung mga teachers ng nurses doon, they're also burnt out and aging. So shortage talaga yung nurse and healthcare workers. So all of the above. Maganda yung sinabi mo
Okay.
lahat.
Pero siyempre narinig na natin to sa government and also in a lot of publications that iba daw kasi mag-alaga ang Pilipino. So kayo,
Totoo yun.
Totoo
Totoo
ba
yun.
yun? At
Totoo.
bakit po ba? Kunyari
Kasi-
kayo, na-expose na kayo sa mga ospital doon. Di ba? Ang daming health insurance doon, di ba? At doon, napaka-establish ng healthcare system yata. Pinipili ba tayo? Parang ganyan?
Oo, alam nila kasi sa ugali natin, malambing tayo, caring tayo. Nakikita nila yon. Nakikita nilang difference. Kasi above and beyond tayo. Totoo yun. Kasi marami ako nakikitang workers, di ba? Totoo yun. Gusto nila, yung gusto ko yung Filipino kasi masipag, mabait, caring, tsaka sa healthcare. Yun. I was just talking to a nurse. Actually, on my way here, we were sitting next to each other on the plane. She's retired, and she was responsible for hiring. And sabi niya, the preference, you can't have preferences naman, bawal yon. Pero gusto nila yung mga Filipino.
I see. Pero paano naman, attorney, yung ibang nababalitaan natin na may discrimination? O sabihin natin, hindi sa healthcare, pero hindi lang Pinoy, di ba? Minsan may Asian discrimination.
Yung Asian hate crime ngayon. It's sad.
Saan nagmumula yun? Kasi I spoke one time with one of the fashion designers based there, si Miss Natori, di ba? But I think she guested also in Open for Business via Zoom. So sabi niya, parang she really condemns, hate crimes as well. Specific areas lang ba yun sa Estados Unidos?
Hindi. It's across the United States, unfortunately. Dahil yung nga, maraming misconception dun sa COVID, ano? Akala ng mga ibang tao na Asian is Asian, Chinese, Asian, they're all the same. So, oo, it's sad. Tapos yung na-target nila dahil biniblame nila yung Asian sa, any Asian,
I see.
sa COVID, ganon, dahil sa ex-president din namin, kung ano sinasabi-sabi sa Asian, ganon. Sad, it's sad.
So, is there in your, syempre, lawyer kayo. So,
Yes.
parang isa sa mga advocacy yan yun, you know, to really fight for abused women. What are your initiatives or your, you know, some of the ways that you do to somehow address these concerns?
Yes.
May lumalapit din ba? Kasi yung iba baka nilalapitan lang kayo, hindi lang sa immigration, but this could be other cases.
That's correct, that's correct. I feel compelled to educate the population, the immigrant communities, whether they're from the Philippines or other countries. Kasi knowledge is power.
Yeah.
And if they knew what they were doing, they would be able to attain their goals or objectives. Sa atin, yung under the Violence Against Women Act, yun. I would generalize kasi maraming Filipina, no? But it also happens to men na yung babae na US citizen ang abusive, ganon. Pero sa mga ganon, may rights yung immigrant. Itong typical situation
Okay.
Let's say pumasok yung babae ng student.
Okay.
Tapos
Pilipina yun.
Pilipina.
Pilipina.
Tapos nung student siya sa college, she fell in love with an American.
Okay.
Ganon. Ngayon, nag-asawa sila, nakuha niya, mamaya hindi pala abusive pala yung lalaki.
Okay.
Ayaw ipapetition ng green card. Kasi iniisip nung abusive spouse na pag pinitisyon kita, iwan mo ko. Ganon yung abuse, ganon.
So kasi kailangan mag-agree yung asawa, yung spouse.
Kasi yung petition na yon, petition by the spouse for the
For the
foreign
wife.
spouse to get residency. Dalawang
Oo.
parts yun eh. So, under the Violence Against Women Act, which also applies to men, pwedeng mag-self-petition yung foreign spouse, let's say the Filipina, if she needs to prove na tunay na marriage yon,
Okay.
na may bills sila together, may
Yes.
anak pa pala sila, dalawa ng anak nila, and then they've been married 3 years, hindi pa siya pinipetition. Tapos may abuse. Ngayon,
So kailangan patunayan niya rin
patunayan niya. Kung hindi physical, hindi battery, ganon, we do a psychological evaluation na siya verbally o kaya mentally, psychologically abused.
Oo. And then that's the time that they can grant her.
Correct, a green card.
I see. Yun ang hindi alam ng karamihan doon.
Correct. So ang problema niyan, isolated yon, yung taong yon. Kaya kailangan, when I'm talking to people, I'm talking to their friends and church members. That maybe you know somebody who wala pa rin siyang green card, 4 na taon na. Maybe you can bring their attention to this, that they have rights to apply for their green card, ganon. Usually, church members, police. Kasi yung police, pag dumating na, wala kang status, ganon. You should talk to an immigration lawyer.
I
Ganon.
see. Wow, interesting. Okay, there's a lot of questions pa. Ito yung yung sinabi niyo na rin kanina, at kahit na karaniwang Pinoy alam ito, TNT. Tayo ba ay popular sa ganon? Tayo ba yung hindi naman. Kumbaga parang nagkataon lang na ginawang terminolohiya ng Pinoy ang TNT.
Hindi. Marami pa rin TNT. Kasi they hope that they can find another way. Pag nag-TNT na sila, they hope that there's still another solution to getting them resident status.
Okay, assuming I am a TNT.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I am desperate really to either go home na or to, parang sayang, nag-TNT na ako.
Yeah.
When I go to you as a lawyer, what will you do for me?
Okay. I will ask you, may parent ka ba na US citizen o permanent resident?
Wala.
Oh.
Ako lang dito.
Kung may parent ka na US citizen or permanent resident, there is a way to ask for forgiveness for your unlawful presence. Kung wala, papuntahin mo muna yung parent mo dito maging green card holder. Tapos meron kang way to get permanent resident. Naging victim ka ba ng domestic violence? Oo.
Oo.
Yan, bawa yan. Yung asawa mo hindi pala Amerikano, U visa yan. Iba namang visa yon. Yung perpetrator, hindi kailangan American. You could suffer domestic abuse from somebody who is undocumented or TNT din. U visa yon. Kaya it's helpful to consult with an attorney kasi kailangan ma-draw lahat ng facts.
At saka maraming pamamaraan kayo kung paano
Yes.
mas madaling ma-process.
Yes, yun ang role
I
ng
see.
attorney to figure out,
I see.
strategize.
So kasi, yung maaari yung iba, lalong takot lumitaw.
Yes.
Kasi kaya takot sila lumitaw, baka pagpasok, pagpunta sa isang lawyer, ano na siya agad? Balik ka na agad.
Hindi. Kasi lawyer
pakukulong
kami.
ka na agad.
Hindi naman kami immigration, ano.
Pero pag immigration ang nakausap niya,
wala na.
layas na yon.
Yes.
Parang you will be sent home immediately.
That's correct.
I
So,
see.
yung nga natatakot yung mga TNT. Ngayon, sa Utah, where my main office is, may mga TNT, natatakot sila pumunta sa seminar ko, someplace else. Nag-organize kami ng free consultation para sa kanila.
Okay.
Para kausapin ko anong mga ways na magagawa natin. Yun.
So, hindi naman ito, halimbawa, may ibang mga organizations or communities.
Yes.
Di ba parang sabi nila, pag merong ganun, nire-report agad. Meron bang cases na
Meron na may isang Filipino tumawag sa akin na merong nagalit sa akin sa community. I-report daw niya ako sa ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Ang priority ng ICE, yung deportation sa criminals. Busy sila. Huhulihin nila yung nag-DUI o kaya nag-domestic abuse. Yun, huhulihin nila, ilalagay nila sa deportation yon. Pero yung mga nagsabi lang na, TNT yan. Hindi priority. Hindi priority.
Okay, this one. As a skilled professional, it may be easier to be an immigrant than others if a person is not a licensed nurse, engineer, IT professional, etc., or doesn't have any family sponsorship. What options are there for them to be an immigrant? Would the journey be more difficult and longer for them?
Not necessarily. So, as I mentioned, miski cook, miski truck driver, miski cashier. Meron nga akong Filipina pinipetition ng convenience store, yung gas station store, na cashier. Yun, miski ganon, pwedeng mapetition ng green card. Miski domestic helper, ganon. Caregivers, kailangan din yon. Yung nga lang, mga 3 years. But who cares? Kailangan nila eh. No matter what, you wait 3 years. Ganon din. Kung hindi mo inumpisan, 3 years later, ganun pa rin yung position ng employer. Yes, so, posible, miski hindi yung mga skilled people.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Pero, attorney, is it worth it? Speaking of the American dream, can dreams be realized talaga if you're in the United States?
Yes, it is worth it. Because like I said, even if they wait 3 years, it's a green card. Hindi lang para sa main worker, pwedeng kasama yung asawa at saka children under 21. Pagpasok nila, na-approve na yung process nila, green card para sa kanilang lahat. Di nakapasok na ng college sa US yung mga anak nila, tapos nakapag-business sila, ganon.
Pero, economically, worth it din ba talaga? Are there job opportunities in the US? Kasi,
Yes.
di ba, yung ibang mga bansa, nung unang panahon daw, talagang kailangan, di ba? At kahit na ano pang trabaho mo doon, kahit janitor ka pa doon, waitress ka pa doon, 2 jobs, 3 jobs, sulit.
Yes.
And I had classmates were like that, they have many houses na. Is that still the case right now?
Yes. Actually, I opened an office in Phoenix, Arizona, kasi mas maraming Filipino doon kaysa sa Utah. At saka yung mga Filipino doon, business owners. They own already the home health care. They came in as nurses, ngayon owner sila ng businesses. Kasi
ito
alam
yung mga
nila yung
caregivers
nursing.
na. May caregivers sila.
Yes. Ngayon, nagpipetition sila. Miski relative nila, pwede na lang ipetition. Basta walang ownership interest yung relative nila. Kung may pamangkin, gano'n. Walang ownership interest sa home health care, gano'n.
Wow, interesting. Okay,
Yes.
sinabi mo yung mga
Yeah.
non-skilled jobs. O ito, magandang tanong.
Ano?
With the demand in artificial intelligence growing, how can the U.S. immigration attract foreign talents, including Filipinos, work in America when it has intensified visa scrutiny? How likely is an immigration reform to be rolled out?
Okay, 2 questions yon. Kasi even with AI, yung labor talaga, yung mga labor jobs that require physical work, kailangan.
Yes.
AI cannot replace that. Pareho yung scrutiny, same eligibility requirements.
Okay.
Immigration reform, you know what? They use it as a trump card, pardon the pun. Kasi pagdating ng elections, no? Yung mga politicians, itong gagawin ko para sa immigration, ganyan. Tapos, i-vote sila kasi sasabihin nila na pagkatapos ng na-vote sila, wala namang ginagawa. So, immigration reform, chances of immigration reform, very slim. It's so controversial. Very controversial.
Kasi gaano ba karami ang immigrants doon? So dito, halimbawa, this is 2021, close to 2 million Filipino immigrants resided in the U.S., representing 4% of 45.3 million U.S. immigrants. So, ganun kalaki.
Yes,
So,
yes.
kunyari, ang sinasabi mo, attorney, ito yung mga pangakakuan nila para bumoto sa kanila. Ganun ba yun?
Yeah. Usually
go
sa sa mga undocumented ang may problema eh. Yung mga Filipinos na naghihintay lang ng visa, hindi problema yon.
Okay, pero attorney, kung meron ka na isang immigration ruling or immigration policy na dapat mabago sa Estados Unidos, ano yung, sige, magsabi ka, ano yung tatlo? Kahit ng tatlo
so
na.
if I were queen or the president, if I were the president of the United States,
you will be the next president, yes.
Tataasan ko yung visa quota.
So from 140,000 gagawin
100
mong...
gagawin kong 500,000. Kailangan, paano magsusurvive ang businesses natin kung hindi natin sinupply sila ng workers?
Pero ano yung naririnig mo dahilan bakit ayaw nilang taasan yung quota?
Medyo racist yung
Okay.
policies.
Okay.
Ayaw nila, mga immigrants, they take away our jobs. They
Ayan,
don't take away the jobs kasi yung jobs na hindi na ang gusto ng anak nila yan eh. Hindi
tama.
naman nila
Oo.
pinalaki yung anak nila
Sige.
para sa mga jobs na yun.
Pangalawa.
Raise the quota, tapos yung processing time. Ano ba naman? Nagbabayad ng mga tao ng filing fee sa green card application, $1,225. Tapos yung petition ng asawa, $535. 1,760 total ang binayad sa USCIS. Tapos 2 taon? Bakit 2 taon? Binayaran ka na. Wala ka bang workers dyan? Dapat yung mga workers mo, the more you earn, the more workers you should have to process these things.
At yun ang gamitan nila ng AI.
Yeah. Oo, AI. Wala namang crime. Approved na, di ba? Hindi na kailangan ng officer na titingnan pa tapos yung bias nila. Yun ang second.
Meron pangatlo ka pa.
Third, open up siguro yung mga investors visa.
Okay.
Be a little more and more investment opportunities. Kasi 2 lang yun E2 yung you invest in a business na substantial, wala namang amount. Yung isa, $1,050,000 to get a green card. Pangmamayaman lang naman yun. 800,000.
So parang kumbaga ang pwedeng mag-open lang doon, parang kunyari from dito
Millionaire
tsaka multinationals na,
Yes.
'di ba? It could be
Yes.
the conglomerates here na. Yung mga Pilipino, pwede silang magtayo na doon kung meron na silang pag green card holders na sila.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
Pero halimbawa dito, 'di ba, uso sa Pilipinas din yung mga incentives in terms of taxes, di ba?
Yes.
Lalo na kumbaga nasa economic zone sila. Doon ba uso din yon?
Yung sa EB5 investor, pag high unemployment area, 800,000 lang ang kinakailangan nilang investment. Otherwise, sa regular areas, $1,050,000. So malaki-laki din yon for most people, you know. Prohibitive for most people.
I see. Going to your advocacy on women, please tell us about the work you do for Violence Against Women Act and how you fight for them to stay legally in the U.S.
At one point, I was a nonprofit lawyer. For 6 years, I worked for a nonprofit agency. All I did was VAWA cases. Puro VAWA lang. Kaya marami akong alam sa VAWA. Yung mga colleagues ko, akong tinatawagan pag may tanong sila sa VAWA. So yun, alam mo, minsan, pag napaiyak na ako sa consultation, ay, pro bono ka na. Don't worry, hindi kita i-charge, ganon. Kaya ini-inform namin yung mga tao. Minsan naman may tumutulong sa kanila. Pero yun nga, yung gusto ko ma-protect naman, especially sa all immigrants, but especially our kababayan. May mga Pilipina na ako na, ay, don't worry. Sige, tulungan kita.
Pero sa dinami-dami ng attorney, talagang lahat ba nasala mo rin na are they really abused? Parang sinabi mo rin na ba na sana hindi ka na pumunta dito? Sana hindi ka na nag-American dream? Ganun ba?
Hindi. Kasi talagang sa umpisa, tunay na tunay yung relationship, nagmamahalan. Hindi. Tapos minsan, kung alcoholic yung tao, ganun. Di nagbago yung lalaki, ganun. So, naman, it's worth pursuing kasi marami naman yung percentage, tunay na marriage. Maraming happy. Miski na-meet sila sa online, di ba ngayon? Maraming nag-meet online.
Yes.
How did you meet? So, yun ang first tanong ko, no? How did you meet online? It's okay. Marami akong successful, happy marriage process na online. So, by that, hindi naman indicative na ma-abuse sila.
I see. Interesting. Okay. This has been a very long conversation.
Yes.
I know that you will also appear in other shows on Net25, and thank you so much for supporting the network. And I'm sure you can guest again so you can explain more of these kasi napaka...
There's a lot, diba?
But attorney, ito bago natin tapusin, masasabi ko na when I read your CV, your background, and the articles that were written about you, you are one of the Filipinos or a Filipina who raised the Philippine flag, and you make us proud. You share your expertise and knowledge and experience, and you want to help more Filipinas.
Yes.
Ano pa ba ang kulang sa inyo? Ano pa ba ang gusto nyong maitulong pa sa mga kababayan nating Pilipino? At lalo na nasa Open for Business tayo, ano yung mga tips ninyo rin na para sa mga ibang gustong magnegosyo or ibang tumulong katulad niyan? Sabi nyo nga, sa VAWA kayo. Kumbaga, yun ba bumabalik din sa inyong personal life? Do you find satisfaction there? So what are your tips also to entrepreneurs, small businesses, and a lot of professionals and Filipinos and Filipinas like you na bumabalik dito sa Pilipinas at tutulong sa mga kababayan natin?
Yes.
Okay.
So the reason I do that is because I want to give back to the community. I am the result of my mother's hard effort as a nurse, diba? She came and sacrificed and to bring her family. Ngayon, fortunately, I have been educated, and now with my education, I can help people and give back to our Filipino community. Kasi ako yun. That's my identity. Dinala kami ng mami ko doon. Pero ako Filipino, I speak Tagalog. 12 years old pa lang ako nung lumipat kami, but I never lost my language, my mother tongue. I want to give the Filipinos opportunity for work. Kasi nakikita ko, naghahanap ng workers yung mga American companies. They're going to fail. Many restaurants have closed simply because they can't find cooks and workers. So, in order to stimulate the global economy, we want to show that the US is open for business, the Philippines is open for business. We need to all work together. We can make the world go around like that. And everybody is economically stable. Yan, ang gusto ko makita.
Wow, that's a very inspiring closing for this conversation, and I
Salamat.
hope that you can visit the set again because there's a lot of
Yes,
questions
there is.
prepared. But you know, this is a very inspiring, and of course, I'd like to thank Jenny and RD also for bringing you here in the Philippines, the world-class Filipina attorney Marlene F. Gonzalez, attorney at law and owner of the U.S. Journey Immigration Services. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay tuned. Open for Business is at the helm. Cyber hygiene. Everyday teenagers and children are exposed to the dangers and threats posed by cyber criminals due to the amount of time they spend online. According to a recent report by a cybersecurity firm, 73% of teenagers said they can't imagine life without a smartphone, with half even saying they take their phone to bed. Among kids, 44% aged 8 to 16 are always online, often visiting entertainment and social media apps. Around 40% of these children reveal sensitive information online, including their home address. The firm also mentioned that 37% of kids have experienced online dangers such as bullying, financial threats, and inappropriate content. Ang nakakaalarmang datos na ito ang nagtulak sa Department of Education na isailalim sa workshop ang mga guro tungkol sa basic cybersecurity sa tulong na rin ng mga eksperto sa naturang larangan. Nauna nang binigyan ng kaalaman tungkol sa cyber resilience ang mga nasa Quezon City at Valenzuela. Sa hanay naman ng mga magulang, malaking tulong ang pagkakaroon ng parental control software na kadalasan ay may kasamang internet security solutions para makontrol ang oras na ginugugol ng mga anak sa internet. Ang isa pa ay ang antivirus software programs na pumipigil naman sa mga spyware at virus na posibleng manggaling sa mga website na nabubuksan ng mga bata. Higit sa mga ito, mahalagang maipaunawa sa mga kabataan ang wastong pag-iingat mula sa iba't ibang krimen na nakabilad sa social media, gaming sites at websites. Authorities are continuously battling cybercrime and other threats to young internet users such as grooming, identity fraud, trolling, catfishing, scamming, cyberbullying, and predators. Many legitimate businesses or cybersecurity companies offer solutions to these modern-day problems to keep your family safe against the dangers of cybercrime. You just have to study and explore your options. And our biz word of the week is undocumented. An undocumented person refers to a foreign-born individual that has entered the United States without inspection and not subsequently obtained any right to remain or stay in the United States beyond the expiration date of a visa or other status. This has become a symbolic term used to replace derogatory words like illegal or alien. As we get more and more interconnected, moving to a new country like the United States becomes more attractive, whether for study, work, family reunification, love, or simply seeking greener pastures. However, it may not come without its own challenges. It is important to navigate living your American dream through experts who can help you in your complex journey. Immigration services are there to guide you on your every step to becoming an immigrant, perhaps your lifeline as you start a new life away from the Philippines. And with that, our quote of the week is, everywhere immigrants have enriched and strengthened the fabric of American life. That's from the former U.S. President John F. Kennedy. Thank you so much, Attorney Marlene. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan at magkaroon ng makabuluhang usapan ukol sa pagninegosyo at immigration dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, on YouTube, like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin at suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. A tiny spark that led to illuminating a whole industry, starting from selling lamps to providing world-class cinematic lightings. Listen to the illuminating business story of MQ Group, also known as MQ Lightings Enterprises, through its manager for sales and marketing, Christian Ong. He will graciously fill us in on how one tiny spark led them to become a leading industry player in the entertainment and visual industry as they open for business. In 1987, a lamp-selling business started in Manila and immediately recognized a need for other types of lights that are needed in specialized markets. This crack certainly allowed the light to get in and a light bulb moment happened. MQ Lightings Enterprises Incorporated offered solutions to the film, TV, stage, and theater sectors by providing full-fledged lights, equipment, accessories needed by the industry. MQ upped the game by partnering with manufacturers across the globe to distribute world-class products to the Philippines. More than 30 years later, and now known as MQ Group, they continue their pioneering distribution of lights, cameras, accessories, and other equipment to the industry. Many films and studios have the MQ Group mark of excellence. Here to talk about the little-known industry that supplies our broadcasting needs is Mr. Christian Ong, Manager for Sales and Marketing at MQ Group. Welcome to Open for Business, Christian.
Thank you for having me.
That was really very illuminating. Kasi di ba pag sa industry natin, lalo na sa entertainment, TV industry, napakahalaga nga ng ilaw.
Yes.
So halimbawa dito, mas matagal pa yung pagsiset up ng ilaw kaysa sa actual taping or interview. What is the role of lights and lighting in the overall presentation of a project?
Actually, we get that question a lot from many of our customers, our friends, and all our partners. And it does sound a bit intimidating because this is a very professional industry we are involved in, TV networks, right? If anyone were to hear TV network, wow, that must be a very professional field. We talk about theater, we talk about film production. There's a lot of technical considerations involved. So a lot of people are always thinking this is a very scary industry to be in. No? But actually it's not, it's just about passion. So I always answer them in a very simple sentence, which I actually learned from all of the brands that we carry. I always say it all the time. It is, without light, you don't see anything. Very, very simple, diba? So we see a lot of technologies out there when it comes to lighting fixtures, different shapes and sizes, different features, different controls, but it all boils down again to the essence of lighting, which is to see things. So when we say, oh, how do you light the studio? Of course, we'll just do, there's a lot of technical matters involved, but I know the story is about making sure we're able to see. That's lighting.
Wow, that's very interesting and illuminating. Pero you sound it and you state it very simply, but the way we also observe it as someone from this industry, there's a lot of innovations in it.
Yes.
There's a lot of changes also in lighting equipment, from the material or from the technology that's being used, from how it can also serve or preserve energy or conserve energy, and to the impact to what you wanted to see. Diba?
Correct.
So, can you give me your take on how it evolved also and the innovations in the lighting industry?
Yes, of course, I made it too simple, no? But this is just a way for me to not let anyone be intimidated in the industry. You know, I always start from the very basic level one.
That's right.
You want to see, you need light. But after that, you need to understand now your requirements. So that's where lighting, different lighting products serve different purpose. So for instance, we talk about studio. What do studio needs? Studio, for example, are high ceiling. So we have lighting fixtures that can be controlled on high ceiling, pole-operated lighting fixtures. We also have DMX control systems because if you're in a studio, you need a lot of lights. And you cannot just control it one by one. That's a lot of work. So we have this called as DMX system where you control all of the lights on the DMX board. So there's a lot of factors involved. And not just that, but the nature of lighting. For studio, for instance, we need to have a mix of hard light and soft light. Hard light is to give emphasis on the certain parts of the frame. You want the person or the viewers to focus on the subject, focus on the speaker. So dapat mas maliwanag ang subject than the background. So we use mga Fresnel, we call it, no, to spot that light para mas ma-illuminate yung subject over the background. Then we have what we call as mga general lighting, mga soft light. That's to help light up the whole place. Not just about the lighting, but we also have to be able to merge or synchronize with the cameras. Cameras also need a lot of light output depending on the sensor size, on the camera specs, features, frame rates, a lot of these things. No? In terms of innovation, I would say all of these things are taken into consideration in how it can be more efficient. So, for example, when we talk about LED 10 years ago is LED different from LED now. LED 10 years ago is you're very happy if you can find a 10 watts, 20 watts LED, no? Malakas na yun for us. Like this is already a technological breakthrough. Aside from that, if you want anything stronger, you need to go for tungsten or HMI. But now, you can now buy mga 1,000 watts, 1,200 watts LED that are cinema grade. When we say cinema grade, is because you cannot just buy mga high output LED in hardware, because one of the challenges of LED manufacturers that they continue to improve year by year is how accurate the light is. When we say daylight is white. In technical terms, in industry, we call it 5,600 Kelvin. So when you buy a 5,600 Kelvin light and you need multiple lights, one of the things you have to consider, are they consistent? Because as we know, when the camera sees light, they're very sensitive. Slight shift in color, mapapansin ng camera yan. And we have multiple lights and different color shifts are involved for each fixture. Doon mo mapapansin na ang hirap mag-white balance ito ah. So those are some of the things that manufacturers make sure to innovate in their lighting fixtures, not just on energy efficiency, not just in lighting output, but consistency and reliability, among many other features but that they also improve on. Like right now, uso ngayon mga Bluetooth apps, for example. So when in film productions, not much film productions use DMX. In Philippines, we use a lot of CAC, we call it. It's a little bit of a joke in the industry.
Which means?
Because there's so much technologies ngayon, Bluetooth, wireless, DMX and everything, but we kept forgetting CAC, which is crew-activated control. So many of the directors, no matter how much high-tech it is in the industry, we need to make sure the lights are very ergonomic. We ask the help of our crew to be able to set it up for us. No?
Okay.
So only the directors can focus on what they want to say, the framing, the storyline, and on the technical side, we have a crew that can handle that. So yun, there's a lot of topics to discuss about lighting, but para di masyado matago.
Yeah, well, but similar to what we were doing earlier, you know, there's, I'm sure our cameramen and our crew are very familiar with that. But a lot of people say, or a lot of our viewers would think that, yes, lighting is needed because it can add more dramatic effects. Even filmmakers, TV directors, you know, parang once they see that lighting is bad, you know, they can retake it. Why is that so? And what do you think is your role in the production of content?
So that's a very good question. How lighting can be used to evoke emotions or add drama or excitement on a certain scene can be done using lighting. No? Because for us in the industry, we observe how we see things naturally outside. So for example, when it's nighttime, of course it's medyo bluish light. When it's sunset, sunrise, medyo warm. And then if it's white, that means it's broad daylight, no? Or cloudy times. If you're indoors, of course you don't expect a very well lit area. Sometimes you have a source, a light source, maybe a lamp. So when it comes to cameras, they need a lot of light, and sometimes those light sources is not enough, yung mga traditional stuff that we have at home. So we have professional lighting to amplify it and recreate those. When you watch a film production, watch a horror film, watch a drama, they have a certain look. Mga horror, sometimes they put the light here, the very traditional style, to illuminate upwards. That helps evoke parang stress, fear. When the light is from here, medyo it simulates parang sunlight, right? If you use hard light, which creates hard shadows, it helps people understand that there's a broad daylight or there's a light bulb nearby, because depending on the light source, you have hard shadows or soft shadows. And those are things that you have to consider as well to be part of the creativity. That is for film production. For theater naman, it's all about colors as well, a lot of strong presence of lighting fixtures and how to focus on the subject on stage. So for example, there's the main protagonist is on stage. Gusto lahat, the director wants everyone to be focused on that one. Sa kanya na spotlight. And then suddenly the director gusto niya wide view. The viewers has to enjoy the whole setup, so he'll illuminate the whole place. Sometimes there's music, there's dancing, so we want to evoke fun, enjoyment. So there's maybe splash of colors. So those are different ways to how lighting can also affect emotions for viewers.
Wow, you know, that's very interesting. So what I'm getting here, Christian, is that different places, different platforms have very, very specific technical requirements depending on the platform and what drama or situation that will be given. And I can see it clearly now that depending on the medium that you will use, that the technical requirements in terms of lighting will change. Diba? As you mentioned, theater is different, film is different, maybe the studio is different. Okay, so there's really now, like say, some sort of a technical collaboration or collaboration between the director and the lighting director siguro, tsaka yung katulad ninyo na supplier. So parang there's a lot of, you know, a huge and very close collaboration operation there. Ang tanong ko naman ngayon is, marami din mga subjects or resource persons or artista na celebrity na they demand also good lighting. One example, I just signed a contract earlier with her. Talagang yun. Parang doon nga nauso yung diva lights. So
Diva
dapat,
lights.
ano ba yung diva lights? Para lang bang maging diva ka? The more diva lights you have, the better. Ganun ba yun?
That is a secret sauce. So only in this industry that we are familiar with, not mga viewers, typical viewers that are not in this industry, don't see it, but we understand it, and that is soft lighting. It's the standard name that is being used for soft light, no? Because people got so used to it. Everyone uses it, but it's actually a product. So they have this design where different multiple fluorescent lights are attached on this a certain lighting fixture with barn doors. And when you put a diffuser there, it creates this very soft glow. And that glow is very nice. Maganda siya sa balat. Soft light helps cover up those pores.
I see.
So in terms of the camera we use sharpness, right? Make it sharper, make it a little bit softer. Lighting can also somehow influence that. So when you use soft light, models, celebrities love it because it hides all these blemishes in the skin.
Wow.
Yeah.
So hindi lang makeup ang nakakatulong pala, pati
Yes.
talagang ilaw. So ito naman, like say, kung mali ang makeup, kayang habulin ng ilaw.
More or less, it does help. Yes. And it's the opposite. Pag gusto mo naman na kitang-kita talaga yung mga pores and everything, especially in US, if you check mga celebrities there, they like to show the textures talaga, kahit the wrinkles and everything. They use hard light naman that. It's the opposite. That means it will create hard shadows, increase the contrast, and that's where you see more details.
Kasi sila naman yung authenticity.
Authenticity
so,
naman.
iba naman yung
Yeah.
ay, this is me, parang ganyan.
Yeah, in contrary to K-drama. If you see K-drama, ang lambot naman ng balat.
Tama.
Yung sila naman, hilig naman nila is soft light. So it
Kasi parang,
depends.
tsaka sa kanila naman, sa Hollywood, kasi pag mas matanda ka na artista, mas mahal ka, mas sikat ka, di ba?
Yes, yes.
Hindi katulad pag sa ibang industries or sa ibang bansa, mas sikat yung bata, di ba? Okay. Wow. Wow, interesting. So, in the business of lighting, di ba, you mentioned different sectors, different industries where you make use of light. In terms of business, what is the most profitable? Because while reading my introduction earlier, I mentioned, nagsimula talaga kayo sa simpleng spark or simpleng lighting lang. And then eventually, you went into various industries, and now you are one of the pioneering providers of lighting equipment in different industries.
Thank you for saying that. How the company started, if you noticed, our name is MQ Lightings, because we really didn't expect that we'll be expanding at where we are right now. But how the company started is selling light bulbs.
Light bulbs lang
Yes.
talaga.
And we're not even a distributor at that time. So we have this cliche history like any other mom and pop business. We started small. So my parents, Mr. Warren and Maloy, they would usually hand carry lamps from another country, bring it to the Philippines.
So they
Sila
buy
mismo.
it pa. They buy
Yes.
from abroad and they bring it here.
Yes. And in suitcases lang siya. So that's how it started. The reason why they did that because there was no one selling in the Philippines, so they found a need. So that lamp could be used in studio for broadcast or even for semiconductor and medical. So actually that's how we also able to expand our connections in the industry and met a lot of friends and clients and partners because lamp may be something so cheap and medyo negligible siya. It's not high-tech, it's not exciting. But a lot of people need lamps to light up places, right? So we met a lot of people in the TV industry that we supplied the lamps to. We met a lot of people in the theater industry. We supplied lamps, even medical actually. So, and film production. So I would say the lamp was the catalyst for us to meet different people in the industry and understand what else do they need. So these friends, these partners, become our clients. We also consider them as our friends as well because we like to listen to them. Our parents did exactly that. They listened to their clients, understand what else do they need. So they're like, Warren, this is my dad. Warren, bakit naman lamp lang? Sell us the fixture na rin. So, ako nga sir, no? Pag nandala ba ako ng fixture, bibili ka sa amin? Oo naman. Dami na natin nabili. I'm happy with you eh. Bili mo na yung fixture para isabay na natin sa lamps na yan. Then later on, it's not just lamps, we need stands. Later on, sabi niya, oh, you supply our lights. So why not supply our cameras na rin? Cameras and tripods. Okay sir, sige. I'll talk to our partners, our different brands across the globe, see who can work with us so we can supply you. And then it's all a matter of trust actually, more all about friendship, all about believing each other. And of course, that's not built out of request, no. It's built out of many efforts and many timeless moments that we make sure that we listen to our customers. So I think it's because of that personality of my parents. They're able to meet a lot of people in the industry, and not just that, but built this large brand portfolio now we call as a complete solution for media entertainment industry.
Wow, interesting. Christian here is giving a lot of inputs to small businesses and business owners on how to, develop that relationship and how to expand, which is very insightful, Christian. Now, my question was, in terms of the profitability of each sector, saan medyo mas profitable? Or like say you have a pie and then you have different lighting equipment. What is the most profitable there in terms of business to sustain your company?
Actually po, we do mostly by projects, so it's mixed of everything. So it's a bit difficult to quantitate it, but I would say if I were to think of one or two products that really strikes my mind as a very profitable business, this might be surprising because we have so much high-end products, right? Still, at this very moment, lamps.
Dahil?
Because unlike LED, once you buy an LED, you use it for many years. You buy a tungsten fixture at that time, you have to change the lamps every single time, right?
This may repeat customer ka.
Repeats, yes. As long as every user is still using the tungsten fixtures that in their studio, in film productions, they'll keep buying lamps. So imagine mo, every year, since 1987, we've been selling a lot of tungsten fixtures and they don't expire. It works like a tank because we have some really great partners that make sure that their products last very long. So each of these fixtures since 1987, still working right now, all adds up to that recurring purchases of lamps. So until now, we're very happy with lamps. Even a lot of people don't notice it na lamps, is that still a good business? They say no. So that's an opportunity for us. Okay, this is our business.
Sa amin na lang bilhin.
Yes.
I see. When you speak of diversification, maganda yung sinabi mo kanina na you had diversified because you have listened to the needs of your customers. It's like these are their pain points and you provided it to them. Pero my question is, di ba, when you talk of this technology, and then you also mentioned about your parents getting from abroad, buying them, placing it here. Dito ba sa Pilipinas, in your business, marami pa ba rin na ini-import? Or here in the Philippines, do we also manufacture lamps or LEDs? And what's the outlook? Are you going into that sector where you also get products from local manufacturers and also from abroad?
Yes. I would say most of the equipment is still imported until the time when our country is focusing more on doing R&D. At the moment, kasi what's known for Philippines is service-oriented. And if we look at economics, we're more import-driven than export overall. No? So most of the equipment we still bring to the Philippines is imported to our customers. But if there are mga products that we can cater local, we do. because we like to support mga partners na namin that trying to strive in this business in locally.
Is that in the pipeline where eventually you will also venture into manufacturing?
That is probably a long-term goal. We would love that because that way we have more control in the ideas of our products. No? We can really listen to the customers and integrate it in the product. But for the meantime, we're more on the distribution and project integration.
And where are these lighting equipment coming from?
So for MQ, we don't try to carry as much as any brand only. No? We want to make sure that whatever brand we carry will also reflect our company. Because for customers, it's not about if may nasira yung product, we cannot just tell them, oh, it's because of this brand. The customer will always come back to us, ikaw nagbenta sa amin. So we make sure all of our products are time-tested products that are considered as a major brand in the industry that are used, well preferred by professionals. So many of them come from US and Europe actually. We have a few selected brands from China, but hand-selected. Those are the brands that we know also put their time in R&D and manufacture products that are not just similar products in the other industry, but something unique. So we have those as well.
Speaking of R&D, Christian, how important is this? Because siyempre, pag sinabi mong ilaw, sa karaniwang ordinaryong Pilipino, ang pinagsisimulan ng sunog, ilaw. Yung overheat, di ba? Mga yan, overheating, o kaya yung traditional na kapag naiwan sa pagkakasaksak, ganyan, at saka konsumo ng kuryente. Ayun, dumadaan talaga sa R&D yun. So, what is the role of R&D, and are there, series of reports, white papers that you get that you also share with clients? Kasi sabi mo nga, this industry keeps changing as well.
Yes.
Diba? So, and then because of that, in your case, what you do is you select lang from the brands from Europe and US where baka nga it's more expensive because of the value of the dollar, di ba? Ano yung investment nyo naman sa R&D? Or yun ba ay nagde-depend na rin kayo sa R&D ng mga manufacturers na kinukuhanan ninyo?
At the moment, the R&D is more on the manufacturers. First and foremost, still the distributor, and as a project, we're a systems integrator. But what's interesting is we started the business in 1987. Although there's a lot of brands now coming out in the market, we are fortunate enough to be partnered with many of the global brands that work to listen to their customers. So many of the brands we carry always asks feedback from distributors, including us. This new product, what do you think about it? What did the customers see? What did the customers did not like or wants us to improve on? We always share to distributors. They listen to us. And they make sure their next product will cater to what our customers want. So this continuously happens. So we are always in touch with them. Many of the brands we partner with are also, we are in touch mismo sa may-ari ng factory. So more like not just a business partner but as friends. So we can casually tell them, hey, etong product, dapat you have to add this and that. Maybe this one, maybe lessen it or maybe add it more. And then they just, oh, thank you for letting me know. Then we'll make sure to take note of that for the next production. So there's this relationship. So we may not have our own R&D, but we always share our feedback and our partners always listen.
Okay. Now, Christian, pagdating sa ilaw, how do you choose specific product lines that will give you a high ROI without sacrificing then the quality and, of course, considering also your internal cost or your operations cost?
That's also a good question because as we know, branding can also have an influence on pricing, no? But we also still believe, even to this day, that you still pay what you get for it. But maybe there's more premium because of the branding, but definitely these brands have a reputation to uphold. So they make sure their products are really work as expected. But if you're asking how do we find those more affordable alternatives, but still having that good quality performance, na matutuwa talaga yung customer, is as the company, MQ, we always get a few samples muna. We test it ourselves. We check first if it will work really well, because one of the things that more of the generic brands do is good performance talaga. But for a week. Maybe, give it 2 weeks. Bakit iba na yan? Bagong bili ko, parang ang ganda-ganda. They try to find ways to make it look impressive on the first sight. Parang love at first sight. So what we do, we bring samples, we test it, stress test namin yan, and we let our friends, partners, customers to try it themselves and get their feedback. Then before we take it and promote the product, we collect this feedback muna, then we make the decision.
Wow. A lot of things in technology, the changes are very frequent, like say maybe computers or maybe mobile phones, di ba? Mobile phones nga every year yata, di ba? So, gaano ba dapat din magpalit ng ilaw? Kunyari sa studio, iba. Sa house mo, iba. Kung lamps yan.
Yes.
Gaano ba kadalas dapat? Parang may rules of thumb din ba yan na kailangan i-review muna at this certain point yung ilaw mo sa studio or ilaw mo sa theater or ilaw mo sa bahay? Gaano, ano yung mga rules of thumb na kailangan na check mo na para mapalitan at makikita na iba na yung effect?
For household, they're not very particular with light quality naman eh. As long as it's bright.
Sa may ilaw, makita.
So, as long as it's not flickering, hindi na pundi, you don't need to change it. But for our industry, very important is the lighting consistency and reliability. So, flicker, of course, is an important thing. Siyempre, dapat hindi na pundi. But we have to also see the shift. One of the things that LED, most people might not be aware of is, hindi naman yan forever. They will also degrade, but not as fast as mga lamps. Way, way slower. But it will soon. And for film productions or studio, mga media entertainment professionals, some things that you have to take into consideration or metric to find out if it's time to replace, if yung kulay niya is not nice anymore. Pag inilawan ka, you're setting it at daylight, and then the cameraman says, medyo pale yung skin mo, maybe nag-shift yung color. Then maybe time for you to replace it. Another thing to consider is the output. It also degrades then over time. How long? That depends on the brand and the product quality. Some LEDs will degrade maybe just 1 week or 2 weeks time. Bili mo ngayon puting-puti, but give it a month, parang purple na. There are also brands that are very good, like mga that we use in TV networks that we supply to many of the TV networks and stages. Those last for a very long time. Manufacturers advise that they can provide good quality performance for 30,000 hours. But it will stay lit more than that, probably 50,000 hours or more. But 30,000 hours, they always say the quality will still be good. Yes.
Paano yung pagdidetermine ng yung impact ng ilaw, Christian? Halimbawa, is that a call of the technical director or the lighting director or the TV director? Kasi, di ba, you're telling me that lighting can be used to create impact or change mood or the change, even the color of the skin or to hide blemishes. Who is responsible na parang, ilaw yan, kailangan palitan nyo na. Hindi, kasi sabihin naman ni cameraman, hindi, ang cameraman, okay yung shot ko eh, okay yung or
tamang framing naman.
Tamang framing niya. So, how would you, I'm sure the technical people knows about that, but for people, for decision makers to decide who is responsible for that?
I cannot say one is responsible, no. When we say lighting director, it could also be not them, unless it's really lighting. Because whatever comes out from the video output is a collaboration between lighting and the camera. If camera, for example, hindi naman na white balance ng tama or hindi nakaset ng tamang settings, kahit maganda ilaw mo, it will not look nice. And other way around, no matter how good your settings on the camera is, but your lighting is not properly set up, it's also not good. So I think it's rather than putting the responsibility on one person, it's more dapat collaborative work. Before going live, for example, check muna with the director the final output sa camera. If there's changes on the light, we have to talk to the lighting director to fix it. If it's in the camera, we have to talk to the cam operator.
Wow, there's something very technical but something that really gives us a lot of insight. Pinag-uusapan natin yung how important lighting is, but maybe it's time for you, Christian, to tell us also about your milestones, projects, collaborations that you think made your company create an impact, not only to your company, but for the industry as well.
For milestones, I think the biggest milestone is the continuous moments that we get to meet new friends in the industry. I think that's every time we meet a new friend or client, that's a milestone for us. But what really struck impact on how the company became how it is now, I would say is our big break in 1995, when one of the longest variety show awarded us our very first studio project.
Wow.
Yes. When we did that, that client, we knew that we didn't do any studios yet in the past. So this client, we're very grateful because he believed in my parents. He said, kaya mo ba ito gawin? Wala pang portfolio, wala pa kaming nagagawang mga projects na iba. And my dad just says, kaya sir. And then the client just trusted my dad, and then that became our very first major project. And from 1995, we did a lot of multiple studios in various TV networks from 2000, 2008, 2010, 2014, even up to this day. For studio, I think during this pandemic, we're grateful to do around more than 10 regional studios already. And then we're also grateful for the changes in the industry. If you notice, many companies are building their own live stream studios. That was a new demand during the pandemic, and we were also able to capture that the market as well. And then aside from that, maybe a recent milestone I would like to share is we also did another major theater in Makati as well that just finished last year. And currently we are also rehabilitating a major theater just started last month. Yes.
Wow, that's very interesting, and we hope to also experience, the lighting equipment and the experience that you have.
We're also happy to be the supplier for this studio that we're on right now.
Wow, perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Make sure we have good lighting, or
Yes.
else they will lose business. But I think we
Yes.
are. Okay.
So thank you for your trust.
Technically, even some of the celebrities, guests who come in at our studios, and when they see the lighting equipment, they always say, "Wow, this is sophisticated," unlike other studios they have been into. So thank you, for sharing your expertise with us. But I'm just interested with what you mentioned. Maganda yung sinabi mo na there is a new need, there's a new demand, and that's coming from the live streaming industry. Yung live streaming, not necessarily the corporate live streamers, diba? Or live streaming apps, but this could be individual personalities.
Yes.
My son, anybody is now a broadcaster. So,
Yes.
are there specific needs or products or solutions that you offer them as well?
Yes. So, but of course, in a story, light is light. It's supposed to make you see things. So, but for these live streamers, especially the independent ones, there are lighting fixtures that are designed for them. And many of the things that we have to consider, these are people who are not professionals. They just started maybe TikTok, for example, different live streaming apps. The light has to be simple and easy to use. It has to be portable. It has to be something that can fit in their condo unit or in their room.
That's right.
So I would say it's the same principle. They need a camera. Sometimes if they want two-cam setup, maybe they have a switcher, they have a lapel, they have lights, but in a more simple, easier to use, and more portable, and of course at the same time affordable. Yeah,
And you have that.
We have that as well. So actually, nung pandemic, we quickly adjusted. So most of our products are very on the top end markets, but pandemic happened, we knew no one will buy an expensive equipment at this time. So we try to find brands, partners that we see are good quality but are affordable, accessible to the public, and that's where we brought in some new brands, partners namin to cater this new market.
Now, your business is B2B, pero may B2C din. So how do you market? You are very young. You also, I'm sure you also use social media. So how do you market this technical equipment?
What's fantastic nowadays is to advertise your business, to promote your business is so much easier now because of social media. So we have the same approach as many others in the industry is through constant advertising in social media platforms and making sure that you're always into the new trends. Because B2C is a different market than B2B. B2B is all about technicals. It's all about compliance, technical requirements that fits the current setup or demand of the studio or a stage theater, for example. But for B2C, of course, features-wise is very important, but at the same time, it needs there's a different approach. You need to have endorsers, for example. You need to show them how it's used. Let them know the best part, especially for those that wanted to cater to the consumers. Is of course it has to be exciting. Consumers always like to venture into something that's fun. So different approach naman yung marketing namin dun. So we make sure to take that into consideration.
When we mentioned about the trends and the innovations, ano pa ba ang may expect ng industriya sa ilaw? Are there, di ba, similar to the software development, similar to mobile phones or computer or storage or artificial intelligence? You know, they have to adjust. Baka eventually, baka may AI na rin dyan na parang I want a softer light and then it's the computer that
Just
will
comes up.
yeah. So are you ready for that? What are the trends that you think will disrupt your industry? What are these disruptive technologies that you think may change your industry, and are you ready for that?
Yes, I would say disruptive is only a word if you're not able to adjust. If you're able to adjust to the new trends, it's not disrupted, and instead it becomes an opportunity. So right now, for what we see in the industry, we're moving into AI, a lot of software-driven technology. So lighting is not just light, no? So many of the film productions, for example, when they see this new LEDs, they're like, before, on-off ko lang yan eh. But now, ang dami na po rin gawin sa app. So I think that will keep continue, no? More software-driven LED fixtures, cameras becoming faster, stronger, in a more compact size. So it's a little bit predictable how the new market will be. More compact equipment with higher performance, more efficient, energy efficient, for example, with LED. And of course, every factory also take into consideration how it also affects the planet. So many of them take into consideration how the manufacturing process nila that could emit the least carbon emission. And
right.
every factory is already considering, actually not considering, also already putting plans to make that more efficient.
Yeah, this efforts on sustainability and other things.
Sustainability is the right word, yes.
So, are there plans for MQ expanding soon? Are you going to come up with your own studio eventually?
Not at the moment, but what's in store, I would say, is we do have a new office space that's opening up this year.
Okay, that's great.
Make sure,
I would want to see that and how your lighting fixtures will illuminate that office.
I would be honored if you can join us, yes, in the opening.
Okay, there's a lot of other things that we can talk about lighting and lighting equipment, but what are your tips that you can share with them so that they can also be as they can stay in the business as long as you are? Because I understand, based on this information, you're celebrating your
36th year.
36th year. So to be in this business for that long takes a lot of courage, experience, and a lot of challenges. So ano yung maipapayo mo for some businesses to stay long? But before you respond, I was struck by what you mentioned, that a client gave that trust to your parents, and all that was needed was the trust to make it work. So, sa mga negosyante, kailangan din natin talaga ng magtitiwala sa atin. But the trust does not stop there, di ba? You have to deliver.
Correct.
Because when someone trusted you already and you do not deliver, that's the way for your relationship to end immediately.
Yes.
Okay.
For anyone that wants to venture, for example, in our industry, I'm not familiar with the other industries, but I would say in the media and entertainment industry, it's very important that you keep your relationships strong with your clients. Make sure not to work on projects just for this project itself. Always think about the long term, no? Always think about your clients, always think about what they need, what they want, and always support them. And it will go a long way.
Okay, that's the best way to end this conversation. This is the marketing and sales manager of MQ Group, Christian Ong. Thank you, Christian, for
Thank
this
you.
illuminating insights and story about the MQ Group. Open for Business. We'll be back. Stay with us. Open for Business is at the helm. Rise or race. When this is all over, the administration of President Bongbong Marcos will be remembered for many things. But one that will truly stand out is the soaring prices of everyday agricultural products that Filipinos became easily affected by. Ngayong 2023, inisipan ng gobyerno ng solusyon ang lumalalang krisis sa bigas at pagkain. Maraming Pilipino kasi ang umaray sa mataas na presyo ng bigas. Nauna pa rito ay ang sibuyas, isda, asukal at iba pang mga produkto. Ang Senate Bill 2432 ang ipinipresenta ngayon sa taong bayan na solusyon sa kalbaryong pinapasa ng mga Pilipino. Ito ay nilikha para raw magpataw ng mas mabigat na parusa laban sa mga nananabutahe ng agrikultura sa Pilipinas, habang buhay na pagkakabilanggo at multa na triple ng halaga ng mga produktong sangkot sa pananabutahe ang haharapin ng mga lalabag dito. Ang mga kawani naman ng gobyerno na mapapatunayang sangkot sa paglabag ay pagbabawalan ng magtrabaho sa gobyerno, bumoto, tumakbo sa halalan at iba pa. The bill will repeal Republic Act 10845 or the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Act of 2016. In an interview with Net25's ASPN, Senator Cynthia Villar stressed that this bill will target not just smugglers but also profiteering, hoarding, and cartel. Senate Bill 2432 creates an anti-agricultural economic sabotage council that will be headed by the President himself or any designated permanent representative. However, Senator Villar says the measure will not be able to succeed if the executive departments such as the DOJ and DILG don't do their jobs. President Marcos said he wants the bill to protect farmers, fishermen, and the everyday Filipino consumer. He is the Agricultural Secretary after all. Despite calls for him to appoint an Agriculture Secretary, he said he was not keen on leaving the Department of Agriculture yet. If that's the case, at least do something. Do more. Redouble the government's efforts and be aggressive in targeting the forces behind this agricultural and economic sabotage. Attending the F1 Grand Prix is probably not a step in that direction. And our buzzword of the week is below-the-line costs. It refers to various production costs that are not included in the budget for a film. It includes pre-production, production, post-production, and marketing costs. We have yet again witnessed another successful business story, a beam of light that shone modestly and became as bright as the stars it illuminates. The story of MQ Group is one for the books as it continues to evolve, keeping itself relevant while staying committed to bringing world-class products that captures every frame, every moment on stage, and brightens every scene or room. And our quote for the week is from Richard Branson. He said, "A big business starts small." Thank you very much, Christian. Maraming salamat sa iyo. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin at tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, on YouTube. Subscribe and like our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen. Feel the pulse and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business Net 25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. There are 3 obsessions in the Philippines that literally stop traffic on its tracks: boxing, basketball, and beauty pageants. While there are thousands of beauty contests in the Philippines, it seems that there is still more room with the addition of Miss Cosmo World Philippines. Join us as we speak with Miss Cosmo World title holder herself, Miss Meiji Cruz, who is also the chairperson of Cosmic Beauty OPC, the company responsible for bringing the Miss Cosmo World Philippines pageant in the country. Find out more what makes this pageant stand out among the other beauty contests in town as Miss Cosmo World Philippines is officially open for business. How are you doing? The first time that we saw each other, you were pitching this Cosmo World, but now I think it's getting bigger and it is getting a lot of traction.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was here, of course, for Miss Cosmo World Philippines, and it was so nice to meet you. And now I'm so grateful how the things are going now. You know, this is our inaugural search. This is the first year edition for National Search, and I'm so happy that we get all the support and the love from our supporters, and of course, to all the pageant fans all over the Philippines.
As I mentioned earlier, Miss Meiji, during my introduction, tatlo lang pinag-uusapan ng mga Pilipino.
Agree.
At ang Pilipino ayaw din patalo kahit saan naroon ng mga beauty contest. I said, from the barangays to the streets, di ba?
Agree. Pinagdaanan ko po yan.
So, why do we have the citizens, netizens? Why is it in our culture that we love beauty pageants?
I think it started with our tradition talaga. We have carnival queens from way, way back. So we are really pageant fans since then. We appreciate beauty in general. And of course, women, a lot of Filipino women are really great and beautiful. Kaya tayo, fan na fan talaga tayo. Parang sila yung symbol of love, of beauty, of inspiration. So until now, but as the pageant evolves, we also carry that love and admiration for beauty pageants.
Wow, that's interesting, Miss Meiji. There was a time where we were not really winning, di ba? Pero there was a time naman na when we won, there was a drought, and then parang after that, sunod-sunod na.
Yes.
May nagbago ba sa Pilipina noon? Parang, you know, what happened with our beauty queens? What is it that created, you know, Filipinas now, beauty queens like you, that people are now, or all over the different nationalities or peoples in the world, they say, are talking about Filipinas who are beauty queens?
Well, for me, I think we Filipinos, generally, we are adaptive. We easily adapt to the call of times. So, the same thing here in pageantry, we saw that there's need to improve, to change what really the global pageant wants. So, na-hit natin yon. Sunod-sunod na, syempre, every year, na-adapt na ng mga national queens natin. Ano ba yung mga changes na kailangan natin ma-improve until now. So, I think yun din yung key kung bakit sunod-sunod na. Before kasi puro mga from Venezuela beauty queens ang nananalo. But I think nung nakuha natin yung formula, dire-diretso na yan.
What is it, Miss Meiji, is in Venezuela that yes, they're winning? There are some articles talking about a lot of research that says sila, they have a school, they have a very rigid training, they have a program. Talagang they do a lot of things, you know, for them to create that beauty that wins national pageants. Doon ba parang ano yun, may support ba yung government sa kanila, or talagang gusto nila lang talaga nilang manalo? What's in Venezuela that can be mimicked by Filipinos?
I think that's what we adapted. Yung talagang we put it into our heart. Yung hard work talaga like school. So we have pageant camps na nagtitraining for a year or even more than a year para to prepare for national pageant and eventually to represent the Philippines. So I think yun eh, nagkaroon tayo ng mga trainings and naging holistic yung approach natin. Physically, emotionally, psychologically, cognitively, even how we speak, how we communicate, and we also have derma partners, physically and all. I think naging holistic yung approach natin when it comes to beauty pageant.
So what's this pageants all about? As you were saying earlier, it's not just a display of beautiful women, but
Yes.
it's a display of the culture of different nations.
Yes, I agree with that. Beauty pageant is a celebration of heritage and one's culture. So marami globally nagsasama-sama to celebrate, you know, different and unique cultures.
And you were telling me something that happened to you
Yes.
when you competed yourself in the Miss Cosmo World.
Yes, when I was competing for Miss Cosmo World in Malaysia, I met different beautiful ladies from all over the world, from Europe, from America. They are all beautiful. Ang gaganda ng katawan, ang gaganda ng mga mukha. But you know what? The thing that reminded me kung bakit ako unique is I am the only one Filipina there. I'm the only one wearing the Philippine sash. And for that, I'm already the winner. So I'm representing my country, I'm representing my own heritage and my own culture.
And what happened after that?
Of course, I win as the Miss Cosmo World 2022.
Okay. When we talk of the Filipino beauty, diba, parang you have, you know, a very distinct color. The different feature, the ideal Filipino beauty is in you, Miss Meiji.
Thank you.
Is this something that is standard when Filipinas or Filipinos join the national pageants, or is there also a trend na for this season, you know, they prefer the Latinas, for this season they prefer more of the Caucasians? Ano ba yung hinahanap ng mga judges pagdating sa beauty pageants?
Honestly, it depends on the pageant. Talagang merong peg per pageant. Yung iba, they want it to be like soft-spoken or soft features. Meron naman, kailangan may pageant na dapat palaban ka always on your feet. Parang ganon. But at the end of the day, bottom line, kailangan you represent yourself and your country. So ako, kayumanggi ako, morena ako. So I think yun yung pinaka most important na yes, meron sigurong mga pegs sa pageantry, sa pageant scene, but at the end of the day, syempre dapat you represent yourself and your country. Hindi naman pwede like, I only fit to that set, to the standard that they want. But I'm representing something greater than that.
Wow. It seems like we're in a beauty pageant and you are in the Q&A portion. It's so amazing to learn these things from you, Ms. Meiji. But again, di ba there are many facets in beauty pageants, and you said earlier, like Venezuela, they train, and that's what we mimicked, or that's what we adapted. What is the hardest part of the training? I know that people really applaud a lot during the Q&A portion, di ba? And that's where you make it or break it, di ba? And that's where they decide, you know, who gets the crown. Pero yung ina ba naman sinasabi na, hindi, madali lang yung Q&A. It's really more on how you tone up, how you prepare your physicality, your body. Kasi napaka-strenuous daw yun. Para ka rin daw athlete, di ba?
Yes,
So
agree.
ano ba yun? Ano ba yung pinaghahandaan nyo at ano ba yung mga challenges na ginagawa?
Yes. You know, at this age of time, as I mentioned, I think beauty pageant is already in holistic age or approach. So hindi na lang siya basta pasarela or rampa before, kasi we put more effort on that. Trainings, walking, but now being a beauty queen, also you are a spokesperson, diba? So we also focus on Q&A, on our mindset, on our cognitive ability. So all around na siya ngayon eh. Sabi nyo nga po, Q&A, make or break. So ngayon, pag narinig ka nila, what can you offer? May substance ka ba? Or you can be a spokesperson? Can you be the representative of the pageant or the brand? So I think in beauty pageant, ganun na siya hinahanap ngayon. I think equally yung mga aspeto na yon, physically, and of course cognitively, your communication skill, but I really want to point out about mental fortitude and your emotional stability, because when you are in a pageant for training, of course nakafocus ka, but pag nasa loob ka na talaga nung pageant journey mo, ang daming forces. Even your glam team, ang daming outside external forces na sometimes makaka-affect sa mentality mo. Yung mga bashers nandyan, yung self-doubt nandyan. So you really have to be grounded. You really have to be intact, your inner core. Talaga na yung purpose mo, why am I here? Kasi ako, ang dami ko ng local pageants na napagdaanan. But nung nandun ako sa Malaysia, nandun pa rin eh, ang dami ko pa rin iniisip. So I'm very grateful with my team, Kagandahang Flores, with Tito Rogel, the head, and also my mentor. Siya talaga yung tito, bakit ganito, bakit ganyan. Alam mo, kahit anong oras na pinapakinggan niya ako, kasi he understands it's part of the pageant, it's part of the journey. You know, na medyo magkakaroon ka ng emotional turmoil, but at the end of the day, you have to compose yourself, and doon ka dapat nakafocus sa goal mo, and that is to win the crown, to represent the country well.
Wow, you are making it sound really complicated, and I think it is also complicated somehow, because you need a lot of mental preparation in it.
And I think that's the reality talaga.
So, in short, when you join beauty pageants now, you know, you don't just have to be beautiful. You really have to prepare mentally as well. So, syempre, marami tayong mga kabataan and there's a lot of, now later on, we'll talk about business, the business of pageantry. As a matter of fact, you have your own franchise now,
Yes.
correct? So, okay. But before we go into that, with the youth now who wanted to be beauty queens, I see in TikTok that there are very, very young even teenagers or very, very young kids who want to grow up as beauty queens. Pero yun ba, kumbaga sa school ba yan? Na pag-aaralan din ba yan? Kumbaga parang has there been in your history when you were young or when you were studying that, okay, from that time you had to, it popped up in your mind that you decided to have that mental preparation, or in your case ba parang somebody just approached you and then they said, oh, you're tall, you are morena, you're beautiful, you join. Ganun ba yon? What is it that triggered you also to go into beauty pageants?
You know, my mom always tell me a story na nung bata pa lang ako, oh, gusto ko dyan sa TV, gumaganon daw ako. So, mahilig na akong rumampa, mag-pose. So, naging innate na siguro sa akin yon. And then, nung high school na ako, she pushed me, oh, why join this pageant as a muse pa before? Tapos, and then as I go along, doon na lang ako na-train. Pero nandun na yung passion in my heart.
There's a lot of titles now. It's not only the four that we mentioned, you know, but of course, there's one biggest. But bakit nanganganak yung mga ganitong pageants? And what inspired you as well to put up your own pageant company? Parang hindi ba nila sabihin na parang, there's so much now in the industry, and parang hindi mo ba naisip yun na parang you are competing with the others, or you felt na okay, you know, this is also an opportunity for you to shine or to create your own universe?
Yes, you said it po actually na this is an opportunity. So now that we have a lot of pageantry, a lot of pageants, it's also a platform. So marami ng platform na pwedeng salihan yung mga girls, yung mga ladies to improve themselves, to achieve their dreams. Kasi ako, I'm very proud na galing ako sa isang most prestigious pageant here in the Philippines. I am part of that legacy. So right now, I'm providing an opportunity for the ladies to achieve their greater dreams. And of course, I have a dream. I have a bigger vision for Miss Cosmo World Philippines. But most importantly, this is an opportunity for the ladies kasi my life has transformed through beauty pageants. So I really want that for the ladies to, like, you know, instill or to be that bridge for them to create more opportunities for themselves then.
Okay, is it worth it? Like, say, I admire your keywords when you say transformation. So it's from a sorry state to an improved version of yourself. Will all the ladies get that opportunity? Or are there instances na sabi nila, makasali lang, ma-boost lang yung confidence nila, okay na, solve na sila. What are the benefits ba when you join this?
In beauty pageants kasi, of course, it will improve your confidence because you have to represent yourself. You have to meet and talk to a lot of people, and kailangan mo talaga mag-perform on stage. Performance talaga for me ang pagrampa and being a beauty pageant, especially in coronation night itself. So, ang dami ding process along the way. Ako, personally, what I'm doing sa Miss Cosmo World Philippines, I provide trainings and seminars as much as I could. So, here we are advocating for financial literacy and financial freedom. So marami akong tinap na group and also speakers to give that seminars and workshop to the ladies because we are offering the highest cash prize in the Philippines. We adapted it from the mother org in Miss Cosmo World. So what can we do about this cash prize? Of course, kailangan natin siya mailagay sa mabuting paraan. Kaya nung nagkaroon din ako ng opportunity when Miss Carrie offered me to spearheaded this Miss Cosmo World Philippines, I said yes. First, I'm confident with the group of people that I have now. And second, it is an opportunity for me to grow personally, professionally, and also to help other women as well. So, naging ganun yung naging sistema niya.
Wow, inspiring indeed. So, I now deduce from this conversation that this is not just a beauty pageant. Imagine you or Cosmo World also talking about financial literacy. Pero syempre, interesting yung sinabi mo na biggest cash prize. How much is this cash prize?
It is 1 million pesos.
1 million pesos.
Yes.
Pero biggest na yun
biggest here in the
in the
Philippines.
Philippines.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Cash prize. Yes, plus the services. Hindi ko pa nakukompute lahat from our sponsors yung mga services, products. But yeah, for the cash prize, it's 1 million pesos.
Wow.
Gusto ko nga sumali ulit.
Okay na, panalo ka na. But Miss Meiji, so yun ba ang pagkakaiba ng beauty pageant na to sa ibang mga pageants? What is it that makes this Cosmo World distinct from the other beauty pageants that we know in the country?
I think that's one thing for sure, the cash prize, our advocacy, which is financial literacy, and of course, women through women empowerment, because we always talk that, oh, sali ka ng beauty pageant to empower you. But how can we empower oneself? Of course, nandiyan yung mga trainings, you can improve your personality, you can develop everything, every soft skills. But now we are providing a specific empowerment, and that is economic empowerment. Ladies, we are modern ladies. We are contemporary women. We want to pursue whatever we want in different field, in different profession. And if we have our own money, our own business, our own side hustle, it makes us more empowered, I believe. Kahit, for example, I'm in my own field, I am also a TV host, I am a model, but I want a side hustle to make me, you know, my professional, personal richer. So, marami na tayong options nowadays, and I'm providing that specific option for the ladies, for the Miss Cosmo World Philippines candidates.
Lovely, lovely answer. You now have the crown. Okay. But again, another important word that you mentioned was substance. So, halimbawa, siyempre ikaw, you're getting participants, you're getting contestants. Now, based on this, you have about 21. So, is there a limit to the number of participants? And, siyempre, if you get people also, if you screen them, siyempre, you know that they will represent the Philippines too, or represent themselves and their country. How do you get that substance?
So when it comes to the number of candidates, talagang we wanted to be a small number for a pageant. At first actually 25 hanggang naging 21. So, naging ganun yung proseso niya, and then we had our online screening for more than a month, and then we held our physical screening. So, through those screenings, tinanong namin sila, we had Q&A, beauty pageant Q&A, and also personality questions. So ganun namin sinala yun, not only their rampa, their pasarela, not only their physical beauty, but also yun nga, you will get the substance when you try to ask them questions. And sometimes you get the substance hindi lang dahil sa Q&A questions, kasi sometimes ano na siya trained na siya You get the substance kapag kinilala mo sila on a personal level. What's their history, what's their story, what's their admiration, aspirations, you know, dun mo makukuha yun And in this pageant, as the chairperson, I have the opportunity now, and also in a power at least to know them better on a personal level. And gusto kong ma-highlight yung personal and attitude, not only on the physical level, not only you can speak good in English, di ba? Hindi lang ganun, pero on a deeper level of an individual.
Wow, that's very interesting, and it makes it harder. Meaning there's a lot of preparation that you have to do. And which is related to my question. Yung iba, talagang ang pinupunto nila, yun, meron silang magandang advocacy. So ibig sabihin, kapag sasali ka sa mga beauty contest na ganyan, dapat kahit hindi ka pa sumasali, meron ka ng advocacy.
Better.
Diba? Yung iba, parang they just have to have this advocacy because they're joining a pageant. But when you look at the, as you said, when you talk with them deeper, it's superficial. Diba? So what's your advice to them that they, as individuals, they should have their, alam mo yun, yung genuine advocacy. And normally, Miss Meiji, ano ba yung mga advocacies din na hinahanap ninyo sa Cosmo World?
Well, authenticity, yan talaga, first and foremost. And that is also related to what I've said before, yung knowing them on a personal level. I want them to be authentic with themselves. And I'm so happy and proud with our candidates because most of them are authentic with their advocacy. It is based on their history, their stories, their families. Meron doon for elderlies, meron doon for person with disability dahil yung kapatid niya meron. So it is a platform for them to marinig palalo ng taong bayan, nung mga fans, ano ba yung sinusupport nilang advocacy, and also to gain support and also to give inspiration to others na parang, hey, I am a strong woman, even, I have these struggles in life or kahit ito yung pinagdaanan ko. So nagiging way siya to, to open or to discuss more about the social and even political issues. So ngayon, of course, the pageant has its own advocacy, but we are welcome and we are very supportive in their own personal advocacies and causes. Kasi ako, I even have my own cause, and that is which is education. So ako, I really believe talaga with the quality education, and if you have the means to help the kids, so you have to. So ako, I'm partnering with a non-government organization which is SOS Philippines. So I am a donor. I donate monthly, and also I immerse with them to get to know the kids. And yung mga kids na yun nasa isang village, and then SOS help them to send to schools, And after nung makapagtapos sila, they have an option to go whatever path they want to be, because also education helped me to change my life. So gusto ko makita din yon. So it's time for me to give back naman sa mga kids na matupad nila yung pangarap nila, and here education talaga is the key.
Wow, that's very interesting. Now, some women, Miss Meiji, are not getting tired to joining pageants, diba? Is there a trend or is there a pattern of women having that thoughts? And with Cosmo World as well, do you allow that? They could have they won other titles, but they want to win Cosmo World, or they want to join Cosmo World. Are there policies in your organization that somehow limits participations?
Well, for first, we have a contract once you are a candidate for Miss Cosmo World Philippines, so you have to finish it until the coronation night. And if you win, you're part of the winner's circle, you have to finish the first year. So we have the contract, but after the first year, you can do whatever you want, or if you want to join another pageant or to push for your given field or chosen field. But for the ladies that joining different pageants after a pageant, I would like to use Catriona's words.
Which is?
Which is, in your journey, you are never denied, only redirected. Because personally, it happened to me. When I joined the local pageant, I actually joined twice. First, in 2012, I was 18 years old, and then in 2021, and then pandemic happened, you know, yung age limit, tumanda na kami during the pageant after 2 years. I was a runner-up, and I wasn't able to represent the country or compete internationally.
What's this redirection?
Yes, and then after that pageant, so I was a runner-up. I wasn't able to compete internationally, and then Miss Cosmo World happened, and it opened beautiful opportunity for me. And after winning the pageant, I also had the chance to get the franchise, and now we have Miss Cosmo World Philippines.
Wow. Miss Meiji, getting a franchise is not also easy because it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of resources, money, connections, promoting it in the Philippines. So, how do you find the business of beauty pageants? Is it as tough or as exciting or as boring or as challenging as doing your pasarela?
Yes, I'll be honest, this is tough talaga. Especially this is the first year because I have to promote the brand. Kasi ano ba yung Miss Cosmo World Philippines? Ano ba yung Miss Cosmo World? But, you know, I have a purpose and this is a passion project talaga namin nung aking team, ng aking mentor, ng aking best friend. Talagang we love pageants. We've been here for more than a decade. So grounded din ako doon na even it gets tough, nandun yung purpose namin and nandun yung passion namin. And I'm so happy as we go along, we gain many supporters, corporate sponsors, and the maximize ko, I think, the connections and network that I have, and they are willing to support me with this journey kasi they also believe sa purpose na tinatahak nitong Miss Cosmo World Philippines. So, I'm so grateful with our sponsors, friends, and supporters na may mga resources talaga as we go along. And I think that's the business side of pageant. You really have to have your supporters and sponsors. Of course, para hanggang sa coronation night because sa totoo lang maraming production costs, maraming mga events na kailangan you put up with. So, syempre, kailangan ng mga resources. So, we have partners with that.
And that's another interesting thing because with the presence of these partners, supporters, we see that there is really a market, diba, for this. So aside from Filipinos loving loving beauty pageants, aside from them having their own candidates, diba, shouting the names of their countries or their barangays, you know, or their municipalities, why are there many sponsors as well? And we see that this is also a way to promote commodities like beauty products. Is that also a platform where you see that the Cosmo World will be going to be bigger in the future, the support of sponsors? And what are these sponsors? Saan industries nanggagaling para suportahan ang mga beauty pageants like Cosmo World?
Well, first and foremost, I see the potential of this pageant as we go along. We attract companies, sponsors that is aligned with our values and belief. So when it comes to companies, yun yung mga beauty products, also promotes financial literacy. Our corporate center, mga beauty products yun na also they provide opportunities for the ladies to create a network in their own provinces, in their own places to be the distributor. We have more of our corporate sponsors that are aligned with our vision and values actually. So yun, I think the term is attract talaga. So, kung anong nakikita nilang value ng pageant and your vision, ma-attract mo yung mga companies and yung mga supporters na would like to partner with you. Yan.
Wow. Let me also ask about your plans to bring other pageant franchises. Siyempre ngayon, you're the chairperson of Cosmic Beauty OPC. Are there any plans to bring other pageant franchises? Kasi you know, it could not only be one, but you bring them all. And in the beauty of this is that you are, as you mentioned, you are bringing a lot of platforms so that Filipinos and Filipinas can also reach their dreams. May balak ka pa
Yes.
ba?
Well, I'm open to it. I'm open for that possibility. But as of now, I really want to focus on Miss Cosmo World Philippines.
And where do you see this maybe 5 years from now?
It's gonna go big.
Wow. Okay. Ngayon, Miss Meiji, I am seeing you now not only as a beauty queen but as an entrepreneur. You know,
Yes.
someone who brings this beauty franchise here in the Philippines, and the fact that you are giving opportunities for women, as you mentioned, to be empowered, you know, with their substance and with the proper training. What is it? What qualities should contestants or aspirants have so that they too can compete in Cosmo World?
Well, first and foremost, I think yung authenticity talaga. You have to know your core. Even we have a set of standards in a pageant or in a society as a whole, you have to know yourself. What can you offer? And you are unique. You have your own story, you have your own struggles, your own experiences, your own learnings that you can bring to the table. Kasi I've competed with ladies who have their, grand background. They are from well-off family or from a good school or from like that. But what can you really offer? You have, a pageant is also an opportunity for introspection, to know yourself better. Because when you know yourself better, you can offer yourself better to others, because beauty queens are public figure. If hindi mo kilala yung sarili mo, baka as a public figure, may sabihin lang sa'yo, may mangbash lang sa'yo, masaktan ka na. 'Di ba? Pero if intact yung core mo na I know myself, I know my story, kahit anong sabihin nyo, eto ako. I am a queen no matter what. So I think yun yung una. And of course, pangalawa, you have to keep that vision that you want to represent your country. Not only yourself. Kasi pag nasa competition ka na, it can be, a lot of self-doubt, ang daming challenges, especially nasa ibang lugar ka, nasa ibang bansa ka. But keep in mind, keep in your heart that you're representing your country, Philippines, and maraming may gustong ma-represent ng country, but you have that opportunity. So always ground yourself and to keep that vision. So I think yung two na yon, you have to keep in mind yourself and your vision.
Wow, lovely. But I have a follow-up question there. So sige, halimbawa, parang you believe in yourself, pero di ba there are also the standard of beauty is changing din, di ba? Kunyari merong horizontally challenged sa sali. So ngayon ba, talagang pag sasali ka ng beauty pageant, dapat ma-meet mo muna yung standard. So kunyari like say iba, you feel like you're beautiful, but sa standard ng beauty pageant na yun, hindi. Like say for example, your height, your weight, mga ganyan, hindi pwede. So, what's your response to that? Kunyari, gustong-gusto niya. Sabi mo nga, may self-retrospection na siya, may introspection na siya.
But the reality ng physical requirements.
Anong masasabi mo doon sa batang yon or aspirant na yon?
Well, I would like to start na the pageant is really evolving, na nagiging inclusive na tayo no matter what your body shape is, your age, even, the biggest pageant, I believe, Miss Universe, no age limit na sila ngayon. So we are getting to that inclusivity era. But gagamitin ko rin yung word na introspection. You really have to be honest to yourself. Am I really fit for this? Is this really the field that I want to be in? You can try, of course, but keep an open heart and mind that, in a pageant, you can be a winner, you can be a loser, sa totoo lang. And kailangan open mind and open heart lang.
Lovely, winning answer. Okay, I have 4 questions here. I think you have responded to this, but I think this has time limitation. Kumaga parang sa Q&A.
Wow, may beauty pad.
Okay.
Q&A, ready na ba ako dyan?
Q&A
May
to.
jet lag pa ata ako.
Okay, sige. There's time limitation here. Okay, the first one is, do you agree that beauty pageants objectify contenders more than empower them?
No, I don't think so, because as I said, we are here in at the time of age that we empower women, and we want to highlight their strength, their stories, and also their individuality as a whole, not only their physical look, but also them as a whole, their holistic being.
Perfect. Okay. Okay, next question. Although you have responded to this earlier, but this I have to. This is these are the rules of Open for Business. What is your take on observations that beauty contests are merely reinforcing a certain beauty standard and is not inclusive of other beauties based on weight, body shape, and age?
Well, we are in inclusivity era, no matter what your shape or age is, or even color. So, as long as you have that passion, you have that purpose, and you have that vision, you can try and you can win the crown. You may win the crown.
Okay, thank you, contestant number 1. Next, what can you say to quash the notion that beauty pageants pit women against each other more than create camaraderie and boost self-confidence?
In beauty pageants, yes, there is a competition, and that is the reality, because you're vying for a crown, and sometimes yung mga candidates of 20 and more. But at the end of the day, sa lahat ng pageantry that I saw, it created sisterhood. It created that bond for women, because I believe you shared the same goal. You shared the same circumstance, that point of life. So it creates a tight bonding to the ladies and to the candidates. So yes, there is a competition, but at the end of the day, sisterhood wins.
Wow. And this is the final question, and whoever answers this gets the crown. Okay. What is the overall impact of beauty pageants in society, to the community, and country?
Yes, I can speak for myself as a beauty queen. I am a representation of love, of hope, and inspiration to others, to my family first, to my community, and to the society. As I've mentioned, we're not only, the symbol of beauty, but also a spokesperson. So what really our purpose? Ano ba yung passion namin? What we really care about? What are our advocacy? So now, yun na yung whole package of being a beauty queen, and that affect and inspired the community as well. And I would like to believe, we have this opportunity and also a responsibility for kids, for the young kids, to achieve whatever they want, because they can see na parang, she's beautiful, but she's also smart. So we can be whatever we want. We are not only backs in one aspect, but we can be whatever and whoever we want to be.
And the franchise of Miss Cosmo World Philippines goes to Meiji Cruz.
Yes.
Okay. I think before we end this conversation, there's a lot of things, very interesting things that we want to know about Cosmo World and you personally. But like say, if there are people who wanted to support you, who want to join, and want to also know more about the details of Cosmo World Philippines, where can they reach you? How can they join? Where are you online?
Well, please follow our social media accounts. We are Miss Cosmo World Philippines on Instagram and Facebook. And please also follow my personal account, BB, that Meiji Cruz.
Lovely. But before we end again the conversation, I just wanted to do this follow-up. One last.
Okay.
Why are there so many male pageants now? when I was younger, when I was so much younger, there have been no male pageants. What's your take on males also parading like women in beauty pageants? Why is the trend? What's your take on that?
Same with you, I notice that there are a lot of male pageants now. I even judge a lot of male pageants. And I think it's also adapting to the call of times that we are becoming fans also of representation of males. So ngayon, nagkakaroon na rin ng ganong opportunity for them to represent themselves, their own places, and all the same with female beauty pageants. It opens a lot of opportunities for them.
So again, it's empowerment and gender equality.
Yes, yes, I believe so. Na hindi lang, of course, ano na tayo we're talking about gender equality. It's a whole spectrum. And I believe both female and male pageants, they want to empower themselves and also to represent themselves and also their places, and hindi lang bilang lalaki or babae, of course bilang tao, being as individual.
Wow, this is really a beautiful conversation with the chairperson of Cosmic Beauty OPC, franchise holder of Miss Cosmo World Philippines, a new pageant for Filipinas, Miss Meiji Cruz of Miss Cosmo World Philippines. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. For business news, bank loans see minimal rise with interest rates hiked by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Loans from universal and commercial banks marginally rose by 7.7% in July according to preliminary data from the central bank. The growth in borrowings was the slowest since December 2021. The BSP said that the continued ease in bank lending growth is in line with its tightening monetary policy stance. The BSP has raised key policy rates by 425 basis points between May 2022 and March 2023 to keep inflation in control as well as stabilize the peso. Most NFTs now deemed worthless after the frenzy and publicity on non-fungible tokens or NFTs. 69,975 out of 73,257 are now virtually worthless, according to a report by Dap Gamble. The report reviewed the tokens from NFT Scan and CoinMarketCap. The tokens evaluated have zero Ether market capitalization, leaving an equivalent of 23 million people with worthless NFT investments. The report also said that 79% of all NFT collections are still unsold due to high volatility and highly speculative nature. European car manufacturers urge EU to delay 10% tariff on electric vehicles export. European car makers have asked the European Union or EU to delay by 3 years levying a 10% tariff on electric vehicles export. The call was made in realization that the market is not ready to produce electric batteries and the lithium hydroxide as its source of power. In March, the European Automobile Manufacturers Association made the formal request for the delay in imposition from January 2024 to 3 years more. The tariff introduction was agreed in 2020, riding on the confidence that most electric vehicles will have made significant progress in manufacturing by this time. A rule of origin clause was even added, stating that electric vehicles that are less than 45% made in the EU or UK will be imposed a 10% tariff. Without the delay in tariff imposition, the EU car-making industry will lose out to other countries that made progress in electric vehicles, such as China. And the buzzword of the week is prelim. Prelim means preliminary competition for beauty pageants. Some large pageants use prelims to determine the smaller group of participants into the top spots. What's in the sash? While the most obvious representation of a sash is the beauty title won by a contender, there is more to it than just a piece of fabric draped in one's shoulder. Firstly, it's a business and is operated as such. The same business principles apply represented by beauty, glamour, and glitz during the coronation night. Negotiation skills to clench sponsorships and partnerships are very such in place. Secondly, bad pageants are avenues to advance causes and the ambassadress delivers the message. The charitable works they do for the community uplifts the beneficiaries and necessary aid is delivered. Lastly, there is no denying that beauty pageants is part of our culture and it has now become a strong platform to intensify advocacies and make a difference. Thank you, Meiji, and good luck to Miss Cosmo World Philippines. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business hanggang sa susunod na linggo. Samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us too on Facebook, on YouTube. Like and subscribe on our social media page at Net25 TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines, sharpen your business acumen, feel the pulse, and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.
Ang Best Public Affairs Program. And the star goes to Open for Business, Net25.
It is a signal to the world that we are open for business.
We are now open for business. This is Cesar Vallejos bringing you yet another episode to guide you in discovering your passion and growing your business as we learn from experts in the field. Sama-sama tayong matuto sa isa na namang makabuluhang usapan tungo sa pagpapaunlad ng inyong negosyo. Ang Open for Business ay mapapanood nyo rin sa Facebook, sa YouTube. Siguraduhin mag-like at mag-subscribe sa aming social media page at Net25 TV. Alamin natin, suriin mula sa mga negosyante, thought leaders at mga personalidad sa iba't ibang larangan ang mga strategies, trends at mahalagang karanasan sa pagninegosyo dahil tayo ay open for business. Open for Business delves into the remarkable story of how a 20-something entrepreneur turned her dreams into reality, sharing her vision for redefining beautiful body, empowering individuals, and leading the way in an industry that celebrates self-love, self-expression, and self-empowerment. On this episode, let's meet a remarkable woman who found the formula in maximizing beauty and profit through her aesthetic clinics. Let's hear the story of success from Miss Maxine Misa, the CEO and founder of Max Beauty Advanced Aesthetics. Open for Business speaks yet again with another interesting and inspiring entrepreneur who shattered the glass ceiling of success at the young age of 27. Here she is shaping the future of beauty, combining innovation through state-of-the-art aesthetic equipment, artistry, and science to create a haven of transformation and self-expression. Welcome Miss Maxine Misa, CEO and founder of Max Beauty Advanced Aesthetic Clinics. Welcome to Open for Business, Miss Maxine. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. You look stunning.
Thank you.
We feature a lot about the business of beauty these days, and we see that it's really booming. Paano po ba kayo napasok sa pagninegosyo ng kagandahan?
Actually, ever since I was a teenager, I had other businesses already. Mahilig na ako talaga mag-aral ng kung ano-ano. Napunta ako sa mga aesthetic courses. However, wala pa nun yung clinic namin. Nung nag-pandemic, of course, maraming taong lumalapit sa akin for help. And it's when talagang naglakas ako ng loob na okay, magtayo ng isa pang negosyo. So, ito na yung naging aesthetic clinic. So, it really started from, wanting to give Filipinos more jobs. Pero ngayon, ito na talaga yung pinaka-mahal ko at mukha namang minahal din ako ang aesthetic. So, ganun kami nagsimula, actually.
With aesthetics, Miss Maxine, we know that yes, it is a profitable business, but we see a lot of competition. So, were you prepared for that? And what makes you think that this one, although I know that it's your passion to stay beautiful, to really be as authentic and aesthetic as possible, but what makes you think that you will also survive in this industry?
One thing besides, the latest technologies and of course the new techniques that our doctors have and our company has, one thing siguro na masasabi ko ay yung alaga namin sa bawat pasyenteng meron kami and that personal touch that we have with each and every client that we have.
You mentioned about this aesthetics, care. Ano ba yung hinahanap ngayon ng mga kababayan natin pagdating sa pagpapaganda? So, of course, we know that there were a lot of guests here also whose business is skin whitening, di ba? Yung supplements, there's a lot of things. But in your case, being in the business of the aesthetics, what are those items, that Filipinos look for when they want to be aesthetically beautiful?
There's a lot. We have non-surgical services, even nails, lashes. We also have, pero siguro ang magiging flagship namin would be our laser treatments. Because I think, it serves a bigger market. And pwede siya for any gender, and as young as 16 years old, pwede na. So I think that's one na medyo patok din talaga sa mga Pilipino. Laser treatments.
Paano po pag laser treatments?
So there are whitening laser treatments. So it's very quick. With every session, you see results. And also like hair removal lasers.
But with people going into this, addressing their needs, and you mentioned earlier about the pandemic, noong una, ang ine-expect ng mga ibang mga kababayan natin, especially those who want to go into the business of staying beautiful or health and wellness, akala ng iba medyo babagsak kasi syempre uunahin nila yung basic needs, which is food, shelter. But based on my previous interviews also, kahit nga nung pandemic, mas nagpaganda ang mga tao. They invested even in their sleeping wardrobes, in their pajamas. Ikaw ba, Miss Maxine, did you observe that trend as well? Na bakit mas gusto ng mga tao na magpaganda ngayon after the pandemic? And why is this business booming?
I think, nung pandemic naisip at nakita rin natin of how important it is na alagaan yung sarili natin so we could also take care of other people and all the things that we do. So I think that's one na na-realize din ng marami. And kaya rin naman, I think now nag-boom ito is because just like me, with all the roles that I have in my life, I'm a mom, I'm a sister, I handle businesses, I have employees, I have friends. If I don't take care of myself too, how am I able to do the other roles that I have in this, world? So I think that's one na nakita ng mga Filipino, and yun ang maganda na inuuna natin alagaan sarili natin so we can take care of others too.
Wow, that's impressive, Miss Maxine. I think based on my introduction kanina, parang I was talking about self-love, self-empowerment. So I can sense, Miss Maxine, that this business of aesthetics is not only your passion, but it's also your way to help others and to support your family. Ano po ba yung dati ba kayong parang did you aspire to be an entrepreneur din, or was it you have this experience of hardships then that you wanted to really make sure that you provide for your family?
So marami na akong other business before this one, no. However, nung naging nasa aesthetics ako, siguro ito talaga yung very fulfilled ako na marami akong na-touch na hearts. Especially like me, I'm a single mom. So I think if I can do it, I really believe that others can too. So that's the hardship, I think, na pinagdaanan ko, that now I get to inspire more women also and mothers that they can do everything also by kahit na nagpapaganda pa rin tayo at di natin pinapabayaan yung sarili natin. So I think that's one na hindi lang kami, service or experience, it's more of the impact that we have with others also.
You mentioned, this some sort, I believe it's already an advocacy as well, because it sounded like an advocacy to me, where you bring opportunities, or you try to create this impact so that it can be felt also by mothers, by women. Yun ba ay binalak mo rin talaga na when I do aesthetic clinics, my market will be this segment? Do you see that market, or how are you segmenting? What's your market segmentation na parang na-attract mo yung mga customers ng aesthetic clinics?
Actually, before, hindi naman yan naisip. However, the more na nakikita ako ng mga tao sa clinic, that's something na I think na tutuwa sila sa akin. So now, naging ganun yung market. Pero before, it wasn't like that. It was very unclear. I think ganun naman talaga sa negosyo. Pero ngayon, yun yung nangyari. So we're very grateful.
In this business, Miss Maxine, how do you also promote your services to different segments? Di ba alam natin na usong-uso ang social media, di ba? And people are now using, especially, di ba, with Instagram and all these things and all the following. Do you also tap that? What are your marketing efforts and initiatives to ensure that your business will also flourish?
Of course, social media is a very big impact, especially now everyone's on their phones also, and lalo na sa amin, we want to keep in touch with, everybody, like we have this and that. So social media is a very nice impact, and with a very low amount of money, we get to reach more people. So of course, we do social media marketing.
Sa business ninyo, Miss Maxine, parang dumadami din yung need for state-of-the-art equipment, di ba? Kasi sabi mo nga, marami din yung non-surgical procedures. Ito ba, mahal ba itong mga ito? And do you continue your research and development then? During the earlier times, magaling ka lang magkulot or magkupit,
Yes.
okay na. But this time, it's this beauty business, this aesthetics business would involve a lot of investment also in technology and equipment. Paano mo at saan mo natututunan yung mga bagong trends pagdating sa aesthetics?
Of course, we have a pool of doctors also. So we do our research as much as we have time. Pag may bago in other countries, we do our research, we really study because of course, we know that the patients always look forward to something new. And yun naman yung meron sa aesthetics. So ang negosyong to, continuous learning talaga for us.
So, syempre, I'm sure you have plans to expand. You mentioned, where are your clinics located now?
So our main branch is in BF Homes, Parañaque. The second one we just opened in Mandaluyong.
Why those areas?
From BF, I see every week the same faces, and then I keep asking them, saan kayo galing? And medyo malayo sila, and Mandaluyong yung medyo gitna of EDSA, so at least medyo napalapit. Ngayon yung, syempre alam naman natin, CRV na ang mga treatments, kailangan tuloy-tuloy. So that's why this year, I made the decision na we have to come closer to the buttes that we have. So, ganun pa rin naman, we plan on expanding another one, but probably will be back on the south area.
With that, again, there's a lot of competition, di ba? Parang dun pa lang sa mga madadaanan mo. And I noticed, especially with clinics like yours, they have sprouted all over, di ba? When you say Max Beauty, what makes it stand out?
Well, for me, there's really no competition, as long as we maintain the quality of our standard. So for me, it's always me versus me. So I think there's no competition there, and yun, katulad nga nun, the growth never stops. So I think yun lang, kahit na marami pa, and actually that's very good, marami naman tayong Pilipino. So no worries on that, as long as we keep learning, the doctors and we keep innovating, I think everything else will be perfect.
Wow, lovely to hear. Ito magandang tanong. Ano ang pinaka-popular na serbisyo na kadalasang tinatangkilik ng inyong mga kliyente? Bakit sa palagay mo ito ang pinaka-popular?
I would say it would be the non-surgical services.
Which are? When you say non-surgical, hindi kailangan ng operasyon.
Yes,
diba?
correct.
Okay.
So it would be of course, like lip fillers and the haiku nose. And I think popular siya, especially for Filipinos, because of course, a 15-minute procedure, napakabilis, with minimal downtime, we get to enhance. And I believe that when we enhance, when we feel better about ourselves, we do better also with everything else that we do. So I think that's why people love non-surgical services.
Anong age yun normally? Kasi siyempre pag bata hindi pa masyado kailangan.
Yeah.
Pero ano yung nakikita mo? What's the demographics in terms of people who need that?
Siguro hindi naman sa need, pero may mga gusto, and as 21 above, pwede na. Yeah.
And it's good that you mentioned about the availability of doctors. Kasi, di ba, Miss Maxine, marami din yung mga fake clinics or people who are in the business of the fraud ones. And it has a very negative impact on the health of people. Especially yung iba talagang sa gustong magkatipid ay iba na pala yung nafe-feel na sa kanila, which is very bad for their bodies. In your case, because you have research and development, you have doctors with you, you continuously do your research, ano yung dapat na malaman ng mga tao? Ano yung dapat nilang hanapin para matiyak naman nila na safe yung procedures na ginagawa sa kanila?
Siguro, like katulad sa amin, no, what we do with their clients, we tell them if they have questions, it's best that they consult with us and the doctors first. So siguro ganun din sa kung meron man silang ibang aesthetic na pupuntahan, they can do background check and do their research first. Just like how we do it to our clients, we actually love it more when they consult first.
And of course, that consultation could be free muna before they
Yes.
undergo a procedure. Okay, ito maganda din. Malaking bahagi ng iyong tagumpay ang pagbuo ng magaling na team. Anong kapasidad at kwalifikasyon ang kailangan taglayin ng isang tao o profesional para maging bahagi ng Max Beauty?
Of course, kailangan skilled. However, bago ka maging skilled, siguro ang kwalifikasyon na dapat talaga meron is that kailangan mahal nila yung trabaho nila. Because pag mahal nila yung trabaho nila, madaling mag-grow, madaling mag-aral, masaya mag-aral, and especially mas masaya for us to serve our clients. So I think that's one. They have to really love their job.
That's good. As Max Beauty was founded in 2021, it's still quite young, but in the last 2 years, can you share challenges or obstacles that your clinic faced and how did you resolve it? Sabi mo nga, di ba, marami ka na rin naman mga naging negosyo in the past. Ano yung mga pinakamahirap or mga naging challenges mo na, siyempre, Open for Business is watched by young entrepreneurs and some of the CEOs here or presidents of companies share also, what they have experienced. What are those challenges and how were you able to hurdle them?
Siguro ang pinaka-challenge, especially for me, is, to really find my people, the right people for me. So yun naman palagi yung challenge, who to trust. However, I think sa tagal ko na rin nagdenegosyo even before this clinic, I've found the right people with me to grow with, to learn with. So for us, yun lang naman yung pinaka-challenge na masasabi ko.
How do you find a trustworthy person? What are the red flags that you should know na, okay, I have to let go of this person?
Ako, as I always tell them, to be motivated is impossible, no? So ako, I see it to the point na talagang mapagtitiwalaan ko yung tao when he keeps the discipline, Because ang disiplina pwedeng tuloy-tuloy. However, motivation, baka sa una lang. So, you see it, habang tumatagal. Pero pag ang tao disiplinado at tumatagal dahil disiplinado. So, I think that's one.
Great. That's really, something. That's a valuable lesson. Tuloy na natin dito. Speaking of valuable lessons, what did you learn in terms of leadership and entrepreneurship in your journey as CEO and founder of Max Beauty?
Siguro it is to lead by example. Talaga. So ako, with even the little things that we do, or yung simpleng oras, I was never late. So yung mga simpleng ganon, yes. So yung mga ganon, even if they are, I'm never late. So I think that's one, yung mga maliliit na quality na ganon. I keep it to the point that I'm an example of whatever I tell them,
That's perfect. Sa usaping pag-angat ng kumpiyansa sa sarili dulot ng pagpapaganda, ano-ano naman ang paraan para mapalaganap ang kamalayan ukol sa kahalagahan ng self-care at self-confidence sa larangan ng estetika?
Katulad nga po ng sabi natin kanina, of course, kami naman, we just do enhancements. And then I think the very big thing that's aligned with that is that, again, when you take care of yourself, the more you can take care of everything else around you.
That's good. I'm so amazed with your kind of leadership, Miss Maxine. You're young, you're beautiful, and you have this vision, and you lead by example. Do you see that you will be venturing into other businesses in the future? I know that you said earlier you finally found your passion, and this is aesthetics, but we also notice, people who go into the business of aesthetics, they diversify. Diba? Eventually, they manufacture this, they go into this, they have a fashion line na, diba? there's a lot of diversification going on in the business of beauty. Is that also in your purview?
Yes, of course. Again, katulad nga kasi sinabi ko kanina, hindi lang naman ako nasa learning process ng eye aesthetics. I, as a person, nasa learning process din ako ng everything else where I could actually excel. So I'm very open with that.
Nice. Ano ang payo mo na maibibigay sa mga batang negosyante tulad mo na gusto ring pasukin ang larangan ng estetika?
Well, I think they really have to think long term. Kasi hindi pwede ngayon lang natin gusto, ngayon lang tayo excited. So when you think long term, kahit ano kasing pagdaanan mo na struggles, obstacles, good and the bad, you will get there eh. Pero you really have to think long term. Kasi pag excitement lang, or sikat lang ngayon yung negosyo, or uso lang ngayon yung negosyo, I feel like that's bound to fail. But thinking long term, kakayanin mo lahat. And I think it starts there. You really have to think long term.
Ah, that's beautiful. And speaking of long term, what do we see in the future for Max Beauty? Let's say, siguro, huwag nang masyadong mahaba. Let's say, 5 years from now, how do you see Max Beauty? How many clinics do you have by then? Or what other brands or possible projects that you see in 5 years?
In 5 years, okay, siguro expansion, but not too many branches, as you know, I want to keep the quality also. But then by then, of course, more innovations, expansion, I think that's it.
Interesting. Now, Miss Maxine, we're almost done with this conversation, and thank you so much. But before we end this conversation, marami din ngayon ang nagsasabi na napaka-effective ng influencer marketing, lalo na sa larangan ng estetika. Yun ba? Halimbawa, you could be the face already of Max Beauty because you're lovely, you're beautiful, and young. But the others who are just in the business of it, they try to get other maybe influencers or celebrities. What's your take on the use of influencers and influencer marketing in the beauty of aesthetic?
Kahit kami naman, we also have influencer marketing. However, that's just one. Okay, so I think that's very good kasi that's what's in now. People want to look what you do. You don't really have to be on TV or anything like that. Just by, I think the influence now kasi ay napaka mabilis. So, we're okay with that. However, we don't really just focus on that influencer marketing, yeah. But that's part of our marketing.
Okay, it's time now, Miss Maxine, for you to address our audience. Saan ba sila pupunta? Saan kanila mako-contact if they want treatments, if they want services, and what are the products and services that they will expect from your clinic? What will they expect when they go there and see you in your clinic?
Hi, so with Max Beauty, we have from lashes to nails to laser treatments to non-surgical treatments. And of course, you can always have your consultation. You can follow us on Instagram. It's maxbeautph_. And on Facebook, it's Max Beauty BF Homes, Max Beauty Mandaluyong.
Thank you so much, Miss Maxine.
Thank you.
Misa, the owner and CEO of Max Beauty Advanced Aesthetics, on maximizing beauty and profit. Open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. The true meaning of the word embrace has never been more pronounced with the launching of 2 new projects of the Embrace Organization for the Differently Abled Incorporated. We are here at the newly launched Embrace at New Era Compound, Dasmariñas, Cavite. Ang mga produkto at serbisyo sa panaderyang ito ay hindi lamang limitado sa kung ano ang lumalabas sa horno, kundi nagbibigay rin ng hanap buhay para sa mga taong may natatanging kalagayan.
Sa awa at tulong po ng Panginoong Diyos ay nakapagbukas po tayo sa ating pong pangalawang araw po ng 2-day event po na ito ng Embrace Bake Shop. Talagang na-overwhelmed din po kami sa Embrace team po namin dahil napakadami pong sumuporta dito po sa proyekto po na to. At napakasarap din po kasi talagang tumulong dito po sa organization na ito dahil nga ang mga tinutulungan po natin ay mga differently abled persons. Isa po kasi sa mga commodity na binibili po talaga ng mga tao ay ang tinapay. Ito po kasi ay mura, madaling bilhin, at ang mga communities din po na ibibiyaya po sa amin na pagtayuan po ng Embrace ay talagang yun din po ang pangangailangan. Kaya batay din po sa aming mga market research, yun din po yung maganda pong ibigay na livelihood sa kanila. At bukod po doon, sila po ay magagaling po ng mga bakers. Ipinagmamalaki po namin ang mga gawa po na mga tinapay dito po sa Embrace Bake Shop. At hindi lang po kami ang magsasabi niyan dahil ang iba po namin mga kliyente ay mga 5-star hotels at mga high-end restaurants ang mga kumukuha po at nagpapagawa po sa atin ng tinapay. Bukod po doon, kahit interviewin niyo po ang mga communities kung nasan po ang Embrace Bake Shop, ay talaga mataas po ang kalidad nito. At ang isa nga po sa pinopromote sa mga programa po ninyo sa ASPN ay ang paborito po ni Miss Patmi, yung hopya. Isa po yun sa mga core products din po ng Embrace Bake Shop. Bukod po sa sliced bread, focaccia, mga sosyaling mga tinapay po, yan po ang mga produkto po ng Embrace Bake Shop. Nandiyan rin po ang mga pandesal, mga Spanish bread, mga ensaymada na abot kaya po at sigurado pong napakasarap po nito at freshly baked po ng ating mga differently abled persons.
Ang alam ko ay parang napakaganda rin ng history ng Embrace. Sa katunayan, Ma'am True, parang ang Dasmariñas community na ito ay isa sa mga pinakamamahal din ng KJS at ka-Ani nung sila ay nabubuhay pa. Ano ba yung naging role ng KJS at ka-Ani? Dahil alam natin na sila ang unang-unang modelo ng pagsunod sa ating pamamahala.
Simulan po natin siguro sa kasaysayan po talaga ng Embrace kung bakit po ito na itatag. Dahil sa panukala nga po ng kapatid na Eduardo B. Manalo, ang tagapamahalang pangkahalatan ng Iglesia ni Cristo, ay nagsimula po ang Embrace dahil po sa pagmamahal nila sa mga differently abled. At yun nga pong kauna-unahang Embrace Cafe na itinayo po sa New Era University ay isang maliit lang po talaga na container van na ginawa pong cafe sa parking lot area lang nga po ng high school grounds. Pero mismo po ang ka-Eduardo at ang Kalin po ang nagpasinaya doon po sa maliit po na Embrace Cafe po na yon. Sa atas po ng pamamahala, ang Ka-Jun Santos at ang Ka-Ani Santos po, pinalago po nila ang Embrace at kung saan in a span of 5 years, mayroon na pong 11 stores ang Embrace Cafe. At ngayon nga po, ipinagpapatuloy po natin ang kanilang mga magagandang nasimulan at pinipilit po namin at hindi po kami tumitigil sa pag-iisip kung paano pa po mabibigyan ng livelihood ang mga differently abled persons. Talaga pong passionate po sila. Wala na po silang iniisip ang iba, kundi mabigyan po talaga ng pagkakataon ang mga differently abled persons. Naalala ko pa po nung sila po yung nabubuhay pa, nagpapahanap po talaga sila ng maaari pong tulungan. At napakarami po talaga nilang na-recruit na tulungan ng mga differently abled. At hanggang ngayon, narito pa rin po yung mga nahanap po ng Kajun at Kaani po na mga tinulungan po ng Embrace. Ang mga binubuksan po talaga natin ng mga proyekto ay pinag-aaralan po natin para po sa kanila kung paano po sila pakikinabangan doon at kung paano po mag-fit sa kanilang mga skills. At bukod po doon, kung sila man po ay walang skill or hindi po fit, nagbibigay po tayo ng mga libreng training. Sa katunayan, may mga differently abled din po tayo ng mga college graduate at may mga skills na din po sila. At sila po ay napakinabangan sa opisina, sa mga graphic designs, sa mga visual arts, at napakagagaling po nila. Kung bibigyan nyo lang po sila ng pagkakataon na maipakita po ang kanilang mga talento. Dati po, ang karamihan lang po talaga na natutulungan ng Embrace ay mga deaf. May mga kaunti po tayo, may mga autism, pero sa ngayon po, tumawid na po tayo sa isa naman pong category ng differently abled, ang mga blind po nating mga kasama ngayon.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was really inspiring. We congratulate you and the whole organization behind Embrace for giving us these gifts. This is not only a gift for them, for the PWDs, but a gift for the entire country because of the vision behind it. Thank you again to Ms. True Santos Matias, the chairperson of the Embrace organization for Differently Abled Incorporated, open for business. We'll be back. Stay with us. And for our business news, budget deficit wider in August, the country's budget gap ballooned to 133 billion pesos in August from 72 billion during the same month last year due to the decline in revenue data from the Department of Finance showed. DOF Chief Benjamin Jokno said the gap is due to the 6.6% contraction in government receipts and 10% increase in expenditures. He also added that the lower revenue collection was affected by suspension of work due to heavy rains. For the first 8 months of the year, the budget gap narrowed to 732.5 billion, a 12% contraction versus 833 billion during the same period last year. Malaysia to increase palm oil exports to China. Malaysia is increasing its palm oil exports to China by 500,000 tons a year despite pressure from a new European Union restrictions aimed at deforestation, according to reports. The EU has banned imports of goods coming from deforested lands in a bid to intensify the fight on climate change and environmental destruction. Importers from China are buying high value-added downstream palm products from Malaysia. Pag-ibig's MP2 Fund Boy Savings Collection, the Home Development Mutual Fund or Pag-ibig reported reaching 74.4% of its target 80 billion savings collection for 2023 with a record 59.52 billion pesos saved by members during the first 8 months. Its voluntary program for members, the Modified Pag-ibig 2 Savings Fund or MP2, had a stellar performance, contributing mostly to the total collection at 31.5 billion by end August. This indicates that voluntary contributions are higher than that of the mandatory program. Open for Business is at the helm. Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. Senate Bill 2035 or the Trabaho para sa Bayan Act has been signed into law by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. The aim of this measure is to establish a national employment generation and recovery master plan. How will Filipinos benefit from this? The law seeks to stimulate national and economic growth, enhance industry collaboration, and provide support to workers and businesses. Sa pamamagitan ng naitatag na Trabaho para sa Bayan Interagency Council, ilalatag ng TBP plan na palolooban ng mga plano para suportahan ang MSMEs, pag-upskill sa mga manggagawa, pagbibigay ng incentives para sa employers, trabaho sa mga kabataan at reintegration ng mga OFWs. Ang Interagency Council ay mga leaders ng NEDA, DTI, DOLE, TESDA, DBM, Finance Department, DILG, mga kinatawan ng employer groups, labor groups, marginalized sector at informal sector. Oobligahin sila na bantayan, repasuhin at siyasatin ang implementasyon ng TPB plan. According to the Senate, the Employment Master Plan shall include a 3-year, 6-year, and 10-year development timeline. Oobligahin rin ng batas ang mga ahensyang gobyerno na repasuhin ang kasalukuyang hiring policies at standards, i-streamline ng recruitment processes at determinahin ang mga pangangailangan ng gobyerno sa mga manggagawa. Dapat rin nakalinya sa polisiya at programa ng mga LGU ang TPB plan. With the unstoppable rise of commodity prices, oil and other necessities, Filipinos are looking for ways to afford everyday needs. Being given the opportunity to earn more as a businessman or employee makes it possible to keep up with the cost of living. The measure is looking to help Filipinos fight poverty, generate more income, and stay open for business. And our buzzword of the week is injectable dermal fillers. These are gel-like substances that are injected beneath the skin to restore lost volume, smooth lines, and soften creases or enhance facial contours. The vision for beauty as a dynamic and inclusive concept has never been clearer as it is now. With the proliferation of aesthetic clinics and skincare products, it is almost a sin to neglect taking care of our body and beauty. Many aesthetic clinics, specifically Max Beauty, are committed to bring innovation to raise the bar in beauty higher. Their unwavering dedication to safety and quality and the personalized approach they take to meet the unique needs of their diverse clientele make them stand out. It's clear that Max Beauty has not only embraced the challenges of the aesthetics industry, but also thrive in the face of them. And with that, our quote of the week is from Mark Zuckerberg. He said, "The only strategy that is guaranteed to fail is not taking risks." Thank you, Miss Maxine. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat sa isang oras na pagsama sa amin upang tunghayan ang isang makabuluhang usapan ukol sa negosyo dito lang sa Open for Business. Hanggang sa susunod na linggo, samahan nyo kaming muli dito sa Open for Business. Catch us on Facebook, on YouTube. Make sure to like and subscribe our social media page at Net25TV. We will bring you more insights from industry experts, thought leaders, CEOs, and featured SMEs. Together, let us help encourage business development in the Philippines. Sharpen your business acumen. Feel the pulse and set the trend for as long as you're informed and open for business. Ito po si Cesar Vallejos. Marami pong salamat.